What up, gamers? Check out the new shit. I rearranged stuff. Isn't it awesome? You also have to tell me where to set the background music at. The OBS levels thing is not particularly reliable with regards to how loud it actually sounds to people. I still need to play with stuff a bit. But huge. I need to play with the lighting too, but whatever. It's good enough. For me. For now. Railway maintenance vehicles. Maintenance. Man, I'm gonna guess China. What's up, Darko? Low new room. Who this? I know. It's not a new room, but it is a new layout for my room. Bro, I don't know who the... I would assume it would just be like the people who make the other fucking machines, which is China. I'm gonna guess Germany. Alright, they're number 4. There's no way it's the fucking US. There's no way we don't have rails. Switzerland. It could be Switzerland. I don't think it's Switzerland. China, Germany. It might be other European countries if it's Germany. I feel like it would not be Italy, but it might be like fucking it might be Italy. Fuck it, I'm guessing Italy. Okay, they're number 3. Okay. Who the hell is number 1, dog? Dude, there's no way it's the US. There's no way it's the US. There's no way it's us. It's a bad guess. I know it's a bad guess. There's no way, right? Oh my god, of course. God damn it. Okay. Okay, we're still number 2. Fuck. Canada, Mexico. I bet it's another European country. I bet it's Spain or some shit. I'm gonna guess Spain. Spain was not a good guess. Austria. And Switzerland. Well, I should have guessed Switzerland. God damn it. I guess they're number 5 still, but you know. $2 billion. And it's gold and ships. I'm guessing it's some fucking like African country on the coast or an island that has ships. It has cacao beans too, and palm oil. So it's gotta be. I guess it's Equatorial Guinea. Damn. What the fuck is Corbin there for? What's up?
What's up?
Not much.
How you doing, Don?
I'm doing good. You doing good?
I'm doing good. Doing good. Just had a exhausting 2.5 hour debate with, do you know who Jackson Heberlin is?
No, I don't.
Oh, he did like I think it was like a 2-3 hour debate with Steven on the, Renee Good shooting.
Yeah. Oh, that dude. Yep. No, I
Yeah,
did
yeah,
see that.
that
Yeah.
kid. Yeah. It was a pretty long conversation. I I'm so annoyed. I did a whole bunch of prep on on issues with ICE. So like I
Mhm.
was reading a lot into that recent memo that was leaked. I was reading into like different lies that um Greg Bavino basically admitted to telling under a recent deposition that came out. So there was like a lot of stuff I was reading up on related to ICE, and he just basically agreed with all of my positions on ICE. I'm like, fuck. And then he wanted to go more so into like mass deportations, I think, which is where the bulk of the conversation ended up. And I was
Yeah,
like, oh,
sure.
oh
Damn.
fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I did like horrible. I needed to have brushed up a little more so I could more properly push back on some of the claims
Sure.
he was
What
making
was
about what
what
mass
was his
deportations were.
argument for it? Was he just did he
He
just
was
really hate brown
basically
people or?
no, like he pretty much any the annoying thing was I think he's generally pretty critical of Trump and
Mhm.
not like in like a he's not far right enough kind of way. It's a oh actually the ICE is what ICE is doing is pretty fucked up and brutal and the way that we're doing deportations right now is pretty bad. He was basically advocating for like Obama style mass deportations as
Sure.
opposed to like Trump style mass deportations. So it was we ended up splitting hairs on a lot of stuff. And a lot of it just came down a good amount of it just came down to like he thought that deportations should be carried out because it's like the most just thing to do, kind of regardless of policy. My thing was, well, we can balance policy with ethical penalization by granting some sort of legal status to immigrants because that's like the most economically and practical thing to that's like the most economically advantageous and practical thing to do, but we
Mhm.
can also like penalize immigrants for doing it. And then that was more or less like sole um the sole thing that the debate came down to.
Damn. And you talked about that for
Yeah.
2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about basically that for like 2.5 hours. It got kind of circular, but like I don't think he was arguing in bad faith or anything. That's what made it a little bit tougher
Sure. Yeah.
than like your average MAGA conversation. Yeah. Um, I think I'm so pissed at myself because we ended up we ended up going into we were talking about like whether or not it actually would be economically advantageous to import more or whether or not it would be more economically advantageous to import illegals into positions that illegals were already filling after we deported them, or would
Mhm.
it be like more advantageous to just give the illegals that are already here some sort of like legal status? And his thing was trying to remember what like I said we were splitting hairs on this a good bit, so I'm trying to remember what was his argument. It was like it was well these big corporations that are hiring
I
or
know it
like
doesn't
these
camp
big
very.
these
I
different
don't know what fucking
sectors that
island I'm thinking
rely
of. I don't know the name of
largely
it.
on like illegal immigration. They're bringing in people. They're bringing in illegals, not because they not because like they or it's because they can't afford the labor.
Mhm.
That's what like they're basically giving slave wages to these different immigrant communities that are coming in and working for basically slave labor. Uh, it's not because of unemployment. When I was saying, well, no, it seems like it's because unemployment is has been relatively low for a while. I think especially in certain sectors like in technology or in like farming. Um, but that just kind of came down to like an evidentiary thing.
Yeah, I'm not even sure why that would matter that much. I guess like
Hmm.
it might have some
Well,
effect
his
on
thing is
kind of what you
well,
think the effects to
yeah.
native born workers would be, like whether or not they're like substituting native born workers or complementing them. But I mean, either
Mhm.
way, I don't see. I think you could still argue it's definitely like still mutually beneficial and overall good. Like,
Well, his thing is we should get rid of the illegals that are currently here because like they broke our laws, and then we can just replace them with people who are willing to come here legally. If the
right.
issue is like yeah, but my thing is, well, it's like pretty disadvantageous to do that because we already have the labor here. We would have to import more people. There's like more practicalities to like processing people out of the United States. You can't just plop them. You can't just kick them back into their countries of origin. Yeah, there's like more practicalities
I
than
know it's not
just
the
like having people
I just
who
don't
are
remember the
already
name of the
here.
island chain there.
Like just granting them like worker protections, basically.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, that's what it came down to. It was a lot of splitting the hairs. Yeah, but what have you been up to?
Not a ton. Yeah, I don't think I've streamed in the last 3 days or whatever, but I've just been reading foreign econ stuff and streaming occasionally.
Oh, nice. Nice. I've been
Yeah.
most of my foreign policy stuff has been oriented around like Venezuela, obviously. But I keep procrastinating on it because some new like crazy retarded fucking thing that the Trump admin does
Right.
happens on like a daily basis. I'm like, oh fuck, I have to keep putting off this reading. I keep having, oh, here's Renee Good. Oh, here's Alex Preddy. Oh, here's Somalian fraud. Oh, here's Epstein files. Oh, here's like a leaked ICE memo. Oh fuck, okay, well this is all fucking crazy. It's happening in rapid succession. Oh, here's like Jerome Powell. Oh my god, the fucking have you done any reading on the J Powell stuff? Oh my
Yeah, of
fucking
course.
god.
Yeah.
It's like actual AIDS cancer. Did you read that criminal referral by Anna Polina Luna?
I didn't read the criminal referral itself, no.
Yeah, well, I think that's what the investigation was like started on or like based on. And if you go and read it, Anna Polina Luna is basically saying, well, Jerome Powell is lying because he said that when he was asked by the Senate Banking Committee, whether or not like there are like luxury like VIP dining rooms or like luxury like garden terraces or like exclusive elevators or some shit like that.
Yeah.
He said that it's not in it, and you can tell this based on like a final review submitted by the Fed to the NCPC back in 2021. Okay, well, sure, you're absolutely correct. That does contradict that original NCPC final review submitted by the Fed. But if you actually listen to the full
changes and
if you listen to the full testimony, he says, "Oh yeah, those things were in there, but they're not anymore because we made changes to it in like 2023."
Yeah.
Oh,
I think like some of it might just be like Powell to some extent like equivocating between like new shit and stuff that it already exists and is like just being renovated. I don't actually think that would act like in any way be like convictable, right? And of course I don't think
well I mean he directly addresses some of it. He's like, well actually like some of these things just were never in that original NCPC plan, like the idea of like VIP elevators, but then some of it is like being changed in 2023 because like we're trying to cut back on costs and stuff like that. It's fucking retarded. And then did you watch that one video of Trump visiting the construction site? And he's showing.
I watched that when it happened.
He's showing like he's showing Jerome Powell plans for the Eccles, and I think it's like the 1954 building, 51 building, something like that.
Yeah, the building they already replaced.
And Jerome Powell is like, where are you getting this information from? This is based on like this is based on 3 buildings. We're only building 2 at this construction site this renovation plan is based on like 2 buildings. Of course the skyrocketing costs is going to look huge if you include the additional 3rd building that like is a separate project. It's just fucking retarded. Yeah. Pretty embarrassing. How do you what effect do you think that's going to have like on the Fed as a whole? I haven't done as much like economic analysis as like what effect it'll have on the stock market, but from what I understand is like it's going to sow distrust in the Fed, which will like kind of fuck the market over a bit because people can't.
it'll just
People can't
depends.
expect the Fed to act like in an unbiased way anymore.
Yeah, it'll just depends on how far he'll actually go with it, and like whether or not like this sort of threat is sufficient for some of the other Fed governors to start acting in a way that's more favorable to Trump or whatever. And it just depends on how far he's willing to go with it. So if like this and the Lisa Cook thing, and the ruling in the Lisa Cook case will change it too, because depending on how much authority Trump gets it with the Federal Reserve,
What's going on with Lisa Cook?
Lisa Cook was like a Fed governor. Well, still technically is a Fed governor, and she was one of the people indicted for mortgage fraud, which
oh yeah, I remember. I didn't do that much reading into her, but I remember like reading about it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Trump's indicted a few people on mortgage fraud at this point, right? So it's one of those things. And right now, she has a case in front of the Supreme Court arguing that even if she did the mortgage fraud, like this just is not something within the president's power to do. And the ruling, I imagine the ruling will favor her. It's possible that it won't, which would be pretty bad.
Yeah, well, if the quality of indictment is as good as Comey or James is, I'm sure.
Well, she's suing. Well, so the case in front of the Supreme Court right now is not even about the indictment, really. It's just about like the president cannot fire her for this reason. It does not count as for cause, and a president, and I think they'll have to argue that the for cause is actually itself constitutional, because I'm sure Trump and his lawyers would like to argue that actually he should have unlimited control over the employees on the Federal Reserve, and he should have, because of the unitary executive theory, that the for cause clause itself is unconstitutional. But I don't think the Supreme Court definitely won't agree with that, but they might flip on the for cause thing. So it'll depend on if, like I imagine, the Lisa Cook ruling will be in her favor. And if, like I imagine, the Federal Reserve governors, because the FOMC, by the way, it's not a dictatorship. There's 12 members, and they have to vote on stuff. So Trump would have to threaten a lot of people in order to have any substantial leeway over actual monetary policy. So I don't think the effects will be that big or anything. It's just a matter of once a certain threshold is passed, such that people, or at least there's a perception that investors, foreign investors, and people don't believe that the Federal Reserve is actually acting independently anymore, and it's mostly at the whim of Trump. You'd probably see inflation expectations rise. You'd probably see long-term interest rates rise. Because essentially people, I mean, if you just think of it, I like thinking of it through the lens of like foreign investors. Like if China recognizes, or investors in China and other countries recognize that the Federal Reserve is no longer independent, they're gonna say, hey, I just have less faith that if I buy a bond right now, you're gonna be able to repay that with money that's still worth anything. So I'm gonna demand a higher interest rate to account for the extra risk that I'm taking on. So you could probably see long-term bond rates rise, and that would affect things like mortgage rates as well, would go up, and it would not be particularly good. You'd probably see.
Yeah, I mean, just depending on how, I feel like even the attack on its own, right, is potentially like sowing seeds of doubt in the Fed as an institution. Yeah. Well, so the Anna Paulina Luna thing is pretty fucking retarded. Obviously, I don't think that there's any way that they can actually convict or properly actually get any sort of prosecution against Powell for statements, like pretty benign statements made before Congress. I'm curious, like what sort of route they're potentially trying to take, because unless they literally start fabricating evidence, I don't know. Like this just doesn't seem fruitful to anyone. Like I understand they're trying to threaten Powell, but like beyond that, unless they literally, like I said, start fabricating evidence. I don't know exactly what the idea of what they're trying to do is. Like, what's the end
Yeah,
goal?
I mean, it's
Like the Tisha James shit and the Comey shit, I could at least understand because like Trump's trying to put a bias, um, like a biased person in front of the in charge of the case with Alina Habba. But like, I mean, like like who's this is gonna go before like a judge
right.
eventually. I don't know, and if it gets to the Supreme Court, I don't know what Trump's hoping to do.
I mean, I think it's just it's supposed to be somewhat of a signal that like if you don't align with Trump, you know, to some extent, he's going to try to make your life a lot worse. And yeah,
Yeah, I
like
guess it
I
could just be like
imagine
literally.
the
I
actual
guess it could just be
prosecutions won't
like
go
we're
anywhere.
gonna.
But
Yeah, I guess even if the prosecutions don't go anywhere, I guess it could
yeah,
be. Well, we're gonna
I mean, it's the
make you
same.
spend
Like I don't
money
imagine like
on
the
legal fees and yeah.
yeah, I don't think the Don Lemon like prosecution will actually go anywhere. I doubt that he'll
Yeah,
actually be
absolutely
convicted of
not.
anything.
Yeah. What
But
did they charge him with? They said he violated the
it's
FACE
like
Act. Oh
yeah,
my god.
it's the whatever law that's meant to it has to do with like abortion clinics, and they threw in churches in there as well because they wanted to compromise with Republicans or whatever. But it's like he has to like the standards are like crazy. It has to be like intentional like obstruction with like either like physical or some other type of like intimidation or whatever. And it has to be intentional. And not only did they not actually like do any obstruction, I don't think you could say it.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, like
uh,
did anyone ever actually tell Don Lemon that he had to leave, that he was trespassing? Did anyone inform
I
him?
don't. Yeah, I
Otherwise,
don't.
I'm pretty sure you're allowed. I'm pretty sure you're like allowed to walk into most churches.
Yeah. Well, it could
Yeah.
at best, it could like, I think at best it could be trespassing, but it's definitely not the fucking, the shit they charged him with.
Yeah, it's not
I
a
don't
fucking
imagine that'll.
face act. Yeah, he's not like intimidating anyone or is obstruction in that? What's the what's the law here? Look it up. The Freedom of Face or Clinic Interests Act is a foreign law prohibiting the use of force, threat of force, physical obstruction, or physical obstruction to injure, intimidate, or interfere with anyone obtaining or providing. So if you like, it seems like if you like interfere or like obstruct someone from worshiping,
Yeah.
that counts as an obstruction of the Face Act. I guess that's the route they'd probably go with.
Yeah. Well, I think they're going to have to argue that he was somehow like in conspiracy with the protesters. And real quick, good night, South Toronto. I appreciate you being here. And for North, do you recommend GoDaddy? I've never used GoDaddy. I would check out Pork Bun and see if you want to buy a domain if it's available there, because Pork Bun typically has the cheapest stuff from what I've seen.
What's this about? What pork bun? What?
I mean, I don't know
You cut
why
out there.
North is asking, but GoDaddy and Pork Bun are both just places you can buy domains.
Yeah. Um. That's all. It's pretty fucked. It's dude. It's not. It was only January. All of that should happen in January.
Yep.
What the fuck? What? We invaded Venezuela and deposed its leader's head. We almost started World War III with Greenland. Like almost ending shit with NATO. We like almost enacted the
I
Insurrection
mean, I don't
Act. We
think.
fucking arrested
Yeah.
Don Lemon. We weaponized the DOJ against the Federal Reserve. We like publicly defended like federal officers murdering civilians. We're not even a month in, man. How the fuck are we gonna survive another month, let alone 4 years?
Well, is Trump going to make it another 3 years? I don't know. We'll see. So,
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
although I don't know how much better JD Vance would be, but yeah.
Yeah, at least Vance doesn't have the political capital to do as much crazy shit as Trump is trying to do. But still, I wonder if although I wonder if Vance would be better at working with Congress, maybe, or maybe Congress would just completely ignore him instead of Trump ignoring Congress or bullying them. He would like most of like congressional Republicans would just ignore whatever the fuck he says because his word doesn't hold any power.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to know. What the fuck is this room? This room is goated. Fuck you, Coped okay. It's hard. I imagine he'd be better at working with Congress, but I also don't think he'd. I don't know what. I don't know
Yeah,
what the fuck he would
but
do.
he also
Like,
wouldn't have the
I don't know
same.
if Vance would be willing to do the same type of like executive orders and stress tests at the very least, unitary executive theory with every single action he does. But your background change, yes, that's the point. It's nice now. It's nice. It's wonderful. It's beautiful. Fuck you. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know what Jada Vance would be willing to do and how far he would take things.
Yeah. All right. Well, appreciate the chat.
Well, you're gonna be at the UFA event, right? In 2 days.
Think
Damn.
it's a little bit of a toss up right now. Just because I'm not sure how icy the roads are gonna be.
Oh,
So
sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a 9-hour drive for me. So I'm
9
not
hours, goddamn.
entirely sure. Yeah. So we'll have to see.
Sure. Well, I'm gonna be there
All right.
if you're gonna be there. So yeah.
All right. Hell yeah. All right. Have a good night. Love you.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
Wow. I will be at the UFA event, chat. I committed more to TTS in chat so I can afford a cell phone plan so I can IRL stream it. But I will hopefully be at the next UFA event on the 4th with Isaac again. Which one? The one on the 4th. It's the one Destiny and Myron are going to. Yeah. What is UFA? Unfuck America. So it's not a green screen. Why would I have a green screen and just green screen in my regular shit? It's like I'm gonna get a green screen and I'm gonna put in my Biden head and my shrimp and my Chiikawa plushie that I've had for in my background forever. I would go there if I had money. Real. Is that at a university? Yeah, it's at what the fuck?
I will quickly show you.
It's at the University of South Carolina. It's at USC.
Why I have a green screen today.
What's up, Hedonic Samuel? And also, I don't think I welcome back some of the people. Welcome back, North and Hanfixer and Seltrauma's gone by now. Momentum, I saw was here.
Fuck that.
Wow.
I am not making my bet today. No, we're not doing that. We're not. So that's why there's a green screen.
I rearranged my whole room for this shit. Okay. It's in a great Confederate state of South Carolina. This is true. This is true. As someone who lives in North Carolina, it will be painful to, visit the lesser of the two Carolinas. But, you know what? We'll make do. We'll have to deal with it. Okay. We'll have to deal with it, unfortunately. Why don't they have the thing? There it is. February 4th, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. If I win a B7-hour drive, I could do it. It's only, it's a little bit less than a 3 hour. Is he debating Myron Lowell? I don't think Destiny's debating Myron. I don't know for sure. Because they are just like following his tour. Like Myron is having an event there and they're setting up their own event there separately. I don't think Destiny is going to be debating Myron, but I do believe they're going to do sort of what they did with Charlie Kirk originally, where they have like UFA members going there to debate Myron as well. What's up?
He is back.
True.
Let's go. What's up? How are you
How
doing?
much? Good.
Nice. Very cool.
True.
What do you think about the new Fed nominee?
I was just about to talk about it a little bit. I mean, not the worst guy he could have gone with. but I wonder if that's just because he knew that none of his other picks would have a chance of getting through, and choosing this guy who is already a Fed governor. He's going to have some amount of support, even with like bipartisan support. But I think I'm going to read more into some of the cities done in the past with regards to quantitative easing and stuff. I know he really does not like quantitative easing, and like predicted it would lead to a ton of inflation. And I think he thinks it like increases inequality a ton, which I think it probably increases inequality a bit at least, but you know.
Right. That's my impression as well. Okay. Either way, I might go.
Wow.
Why can I not server mute people? Unrelated question.
What's up, Seth?
Hello.
Non-fun. Do you know who Mark Fisher is?
Hey man, stop
yeah.
it, dude. Stop. What's wrong with you?
I'll stop.
Evil.
I'll stop.
Hey, y'all read Hamster's? Y'all read Hamster's new Substack article? That's a good article.
What's the newest article?
It's about reparations.
Oh yeah, I've read it.
I didn't read it,
yeah.
but I saw he said on my server that he had a bunch of Groyper followers from making that post. So it's not surprising that you read it, I guess.
Well, Alt Hype reposted it. Who's like a big
I have no
race
clue who
realist
that
guy.
is.
He's a big race
Oh,
realist
damn.
guy.
See, Kyle.
Well, his Ryan Folk, but he Hamster like found that like if you include like welfare programs and then like calculate what reparations would be, old black people like owe the country money.
Wait,
like there's
does
still...
it determine who qualifies as well in the article?
Huh?
Like, obviously.
Sorry, real quick. I go to Adam Mockler's Twitter just to see if he's posted anything about the event, because I was curious. I'm sorry. They got to pull it up on stream. Why? I see Chaperone just like, tits, fuck it out. Let's go. Incredible. Let's go.
Reparations support. Reparations for basically all black people. So he also just does like all black people. What is like their fiscal impact? Essentially, that's what he's calculating. And then also
I'll believe it
calculate
when
how
he
much
gets
they
it
be
published.
owed. What'd you say?
I'll believe it when he gets it published.
You're such a fag.
Whoa!
Can't say that
Oh,
on Twitch.
Is that
right
allowed
now.
on Twitch? Non-fun? Is that
Twitch
allowed
doesn't
on
It's not
Twitch?
typically
allowed.
like it.
This
No,
is gonna get him
unfortunately.
banned. Everyone, if you're in chat, report on fun stream right now. I'm
Don't do
joking. Don't
that.
do that. Don't do that.
Oh, I didn't know you were live on Twitch. Sorry.
He's live on everything. He's live on your mother's Twitter.
I didn't
account.
know that.
Yeah, don't worry. I still have my Trovo account when I get banned on Twitch. So,
What's the stream about today?
we're gonna talk about the Fed pick and a little bit about the BLS pick, and then I was just
Oh,
gonna
Kevin
probably-
Walsh, or were you going to say how he's horrible and is a partisan hack that is not a good choice for the Fed?
I
Are
mean,
they
I
all
wouldn't go
partisan hacks? Who's
that
like
far,
a good pick?
but I think I said I was gonna read into the stuff he said about quantitative easing and stuff before, because I've heard apparently he really does not like it, and I think it's probably said some wrong stuff there.
Krugman has
I
a
don't
good
think he's
article
like a,
about Kevin Walsh on his Substack.
Krugman. I read
Yeah.
Krugman's post. Yeah, I read Krugman and Scott Sumner's post on him. And I mean, Krugman's obviously going to live out, and I think the reason Trump chose him, it's just because Trump thinks that he's going to align with him closer on interest rates, but he's not the worst pick Trump could have gone with.
Well, he is a really bad pick because he's like a monetarist, like Hulk, and that's wrong and bad. So you have that, and
He's a monetarist. I thought he doesn't like money printing.
He doesn't
what?
Were you trolling? What?
He's a monetarist. I thought he doesn't like money printing.
I heard he was a monetarist. Yeah.
Is he a K percenter? Well, what's up?
I just know he believes in real tight monetary policy. Or at least that was his position in 2009.
Well, the allegation
We'll see.
from the libs is that he's, really tight money when the Democrats in office and easy money when Republicans are in office.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
But like Scott Sumner just made in his post, he made the point that like, actually maybe he's a neo fisherman, and he thinks that if we reduce the Fed's balance sheet, you can actually get like a lower natural rate of interest or whatever, and that would allow him to do shit. Hold on.
I love Will Stansel. What a great guy.
Triumph of the Will Stansel.
That's right.
A good Nazi reference.
Whoa.
Can he talk
Okay.
about the
Is that-
Epstein files on Twitch, or is that a no-no?
I mean, you
Oh, you
can.
can.
I
just
think you
can't
can
say
talk
any,
about
like-
them. Yeah, you can't talk about the specifics. Like,
Okay.
I was gonna make a funny meme thing, but everything.
Hey,
in
did
the,
y'all
the
see
files
they
are so
announced who-
ridiculous?
Have you seen they have announced the killer of Alex Preddy?
Oh
I
wait,
didn't see
brother.
that.
Yeah, you'll never guess the race of the two people who are who have been exposed, whose
Black?
identities they have released. Mexican.
Mexican? Oh, that makes sense.
Wow.
I've been saying he was killed for being white, and they were bored. I've been saying this.
Well, I was gonna say if they were really politically savvy, they would say a Somalian killed Alex Peretti, and that way they could like
That would have been ironic.
redirect it.
That would have been ironic.
We have to deport the Somalians in ICE. Non-FOM, are you supportive of abolishing ICE?
I don't. So, like, in principle, at least, yes. Like, I don't know for sure if like sort of the difference between abolishing ICE and just like reforming ICE by firing, everyone that Trump hired and having a president that just doesn't do the same type of raids that Trump is doing. If the difference between that and fully abolishing ICE with regards to all the bad shit that I think comes from that would be big enough to justify like the slogan abolish ICE, given that I think that could backfire. But like in principle, I like have nothing against it really. I think there's probably a big like a culture of people like you and ICE that need to go.
I don't support the murder of these people.
Non-fun.
Wow.
You moved customs back to ICE, then they couldn't collect the tariffs if they were abolished.
That's
Ooh,
true.
good point.
Let's go.
Good, great point.
I've heard people argue with me that all immigration enforcement should be done by local police.
I mean, I think it probably makes
Do you
sense to have a
think
different agency do them.
Well,
but
I was gonna say I'm pretty sure it has to be like a federal agency because like I don't think
Actually,
any state institution is allowed to mess with like immigration stuff.
yeah, probably not.
As far as I'm aware.
I think that's not actually a terrible idea, because if the argument is immigration creates negative externalities are probably on the local level, which suggests you should have localized enforcement.
True, actually. But I don't think
And
the
then all
way.
the immigrants would
I mean, I
just
think Dorothy's
turn up
right. I don't
to-
think any local department would have authority to deport someone. I think the federal government would have to be the final sort of people there.
Well, if you wanted to make it a really complex bureaucratic process so no one could deport anyone, you would just say they get banned from one county, and then they have to move to the next. And once they've exhausted all the counties in the United States, they can be kicked out.
Let's go. I actually don't think they could do
probably
that.
all the counties
you can do that
together
either. I
could
think the
say if
Constitution-
you're banned from one, if you have like a criminal record, you're banned from all, and then it would work.
I think the Constitution actually does forbid states and counties from making their own like population or like border
Well, I was thinking that,
controls.
but like, I'm pretty sure there's like a restraining order you can have where it's like you're not allowed to enter like a certain county.
You might, yeah, you
And,
might. I don't know. You might be
So
able to
I'm
get
pretty sure
some
there is
type
like
of.
a process that you can like do in order to bypass that.
Yeah. So maybe, but
I'm polling
Oh.
my community right now, and they're telling me that I need to go bankrupt myself.
Dr.
and,
Chase in the
go to-
call. Do you know
go
who
to
Dr.
North.
Chase is, Tyrus?
Nope.
You don't know who Dr. Robert Chase is? Ah, it's a shame.
No. Oh,
He's
no, I
just
will
a-
tell
he's
you,
a-
my rent seeking paid off. I got into med school.
Oh, let's go.
And then I recommended the library, even though I haven't attended a single class yet, buy some books I wanted, because they went on Anna's archive. So I got them to buy the Dawn one by Selgin and one other thing. I didn't want to spend money, and they did.
All right, baby.
This
Come
is
on.
looking great.
Here we go now.
Though I
His
am,
house,
I'm not
knock
too.
on my
I was
door.
thinking I
I'm
could
a
just go
beauty
speak
like
to
you
their
ain't never
econ
pictured
department,
before.
but
My
their
name is
econ
House.
department is doing
You may not
useless
like me,
stuff,
but you're
like
gonna
publishing
survive.
papers on how to
My
design
name's
menus
House.
so people in hospitals eat less meat, which you would like.
That's goated. Yeah.
Well, you can
True.
read
I
the
think we
paper.
should. I think old school lunches should be mandated vegan. Okay, that's gonna be.
Can we just start with prison lunches, please? That would work better.
Present
would
lunches would
be-
actually would work better. Yeah, but
So what are they going to do? Complain? This is what I actually, you know what? All food stamps should be vegan only, and it should only
This is
be the
true.
cheapest things possible. I mean, if the point of this welfare program is to ensure people don't starve, we're just going to have to feed them the Stigler diet or whatever. And I don't think that has
True.
any meat. It would only
don't think it-
cost like
I don't think it does. But
it only costs like $100 a year. So we could spend $30 billion and axe the rest of the welfare budget.
and I mean, SNAP is supplemental. It's not actually just for so people don't starve. Like it's supplemental. It's just meant to help low income people more generally. But
Oh, so we can axe more of it. This is sounding better.
well, I mean, I'm just saying it's not aligned with the intention of the program to provide people the minimum bare diet to survive. It's just meant as assistance for low income people more generally. We just restrict it to food
That's
because
probably why-
otherwise Republicans would complain.
That's probably why obesity is so high.
I don't think there's like I don't think there's evidence of like a sort of causal effect there. You can look at like the diets of people on
No.
SNAP versus not on SNAP, and like the people on SNAP have like marginally worse diets, but it's very small.
True. That's probably like the best thing to assume in any sort of social experiment is the effect size is 0, and it happens 99% of the time.
This is true. This is true. I mean, there is
I
evidence
get
that it
it.
improves like nutritional outcomes overall, so, and that can have some amount of long-term effects on like children in early development. But other than that, it doesn't seem to appear to have any long-term effects. It just appears to increase
Mm.
nutritional, what's it called? Not efficiency. Deficiency is the opposite of what I'm looking for. It increases nutritional outcomes overall, even if it leads to people
that
having
might be
marginally worse
confounded.
diets.
I think that might be confounded by the parents and whatever.
For what? For the
Uh,
effects on long term.
Actually, I don't really want to say here, but don't worry. Oh, I can be
Oh, okay. We're gonna. What is it? Hereditary and stuff, or?
Yeah. I reckon you reduce the effect size by, I'd say, 50% if you accounted for that. There was also that study that people in low SES classes have smaller brains or whatever, and this is clearly because of malnutrition in the first 1 to 5 years.
Mm.
And they controlled for the hereditary and stuff, and it completely disappeared.
Damn.
But I mean,
yeah, well,
I
this
think
was comparing across like counties that had that where like Snap was rolled out first compared to counties where Snap was like rolled out later. So it should be accounting for the hereditary stuff already.
oh, I guess so. What was the thing? At least all of us are on the first step of the hereditarian thing with the poverty doesn't cause crime. I think everyone knows that now.
I mean, I
At
don't
least
think
here.
that's a hereditarian position necessarily.
No, it is a somewhat hereditarian position because you have the crime can cause poverty and its basic personality traits that can cause both. And the basic
Yeah.
personality traits are like 50% genetic.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I know-
that would be the hereditarian position, but I think you could have other environmental factors other than, social.
True. And even if it's 90% genetic, heritable, it doesn't necessarily mean the environmental effect size is nil. There's a lot of the problem with the hereditary stuff is you have to know a lot of nuance, and generally, otherwise you would just get called out like Seth does occasionally for not understanding stuff. Who's listening? I'm sorry. I gotta go. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Isn't the Fed post basically decided now?
Yeah, basically. I mean, it has to be approved, but I think he probably will be. So yeah.
I mean, it can't be the worst option.
Yeah, he didn't choose
could've-
He chose
Rudy
probably
Shelton?
one of the best options of who was available.
Bible. Yeah. All right. See ya.
So yeah, appreciate it. Isn't it like poverty and inequality? I thought saw something about poor people living near rich people. I don't think there's. I've seen some evidence that it has like like inequality can have some marginal effect on crime. I think, from my understanding, the stuff that says inequality has like some big impact on crime is not very good evidence. Yeah. The more I look into it, the more tempted I'm. The more I'm tempted to go. Hell yeah. I could DoorDash while I'm there, dude. You could DoorDash on the way there. Might turn a 7-hour drive into like a 20-hour drive, but you know. Isn't income inequality the thing that has a lot of associated negative effects rather than wealth inequality? I'm not sure the evidence for either is particularly good. Yeah, in fairness, it's hard to, depending on the effect you want to look at, it's hard to even like design a study that would be good. Like, how do you design a study that would look at the effects of income or wealth inequality on like democracy? Because like you can do like a cross-country correlation, but that's going to be subject to sample bias. That's going to be subject to all sorts of reverse causality and/or endogeneity issues. It's just like very hard to even like design a study that looks at that. If you're looking at just like income inequality over time and democracy in a specific country over time, it's like, how do you make a control for that? And then again, how do you account for just so many other factors? Do dono goal? I need a dono goal so I can afford to go to the UFA event. I can afford to go, but I want to buy a dude, I'm fucking broke right now. I need to buy a like cell phone plan, or need is a strong word. It would be very useful to buy a cell phone plan for the IRL stream. That way I can bond them and have a good connection. $13,000 worth. I do kind of want to buy how much is it's free to go. It's free to go. But just for my personal use of like streaming while I'm there, there's stuff that it's useful for me to get, basically. I kind of want to buy a mannequin for the shrimp costume. But there's not really a... It might be different now that I changed my background. I tried streaming on No Kings Protest my old phone. Big mistake. Yeah. Overheated stream look terrible. Yeah, hopefully it'll be cold enough there that it won't overheat. So we'll see. But it's useful to buy like just a prepaid cell phone plan. I already have a second phone. My second phone is actually better than my first phone. It's just that it has a cracked screen. I bought it for really cheap because of the cracked screen. And I use that as a camera. And then I can buy a cell phone plan for it, and then bond the two connections between my primary phone and secondary phone or camera phone, you know, and that way it will either increase the speed or just increase reliability because I'll have two cell phone plans that I can switch over to a second one if the first one loses service or whatever. So yeah, that's the usefulness of that. And then I probably want to buy maybe a tripod, but I'm actually not sure if a tripod would even get here in time anymore. If I bring my laptop this time and use my phone as a wireless camera, why wouldn't you just... How would that work? The way I have it set up is oh, and I need at least $10. Some exclamation point TTS $10 so I can buy a Bella box. I have no clue yet. So the way I have it set up, I use something called Bella Box Cloud. It's some variation of this is what a lot of IRL streamers use. Even the more professional ones, they just have better shit. You can guard against reverse causality, control for endogeneity. You can, and there are studies that at least attempt to control for things like age. Right. I just have not seen particularly good ones that do that. But there are studies you can find out there that have that try to have controls and try to account for certain types of reverse causality stuff. And like I think you know, correlation is like evidence of causation when like there is a clear like sort of causal mechanism, right? Like it's like there is like a kind of easy like mechanism you can see for why inequality might lead to weaker democracy, right? Like that's something you can even like kind of intuitively grasp at. And like if you see like heavy correlations, like even just like crude cross country correlations, I think that can still be like evidence of causation, even if the study doesn't try to find causation itself, because there is a clear mechanism here that conceptually we all understand. It's just, I don't think it's particularly strong evidence. And then, you know, you'd also have to ask sort of, does inequality result from stuff that just has overall good effects, right? Like, you know, is there, I mean, you know, some trade-off between efficiency and equity, you know? Is there such a thing? maybe it's those good overall effects. I want to read. Where did I put it? Yeah, this book is Inequality the Problem. I haven't read this book yet, but this seems like a good book. It came out relatively recently. And it talks about a bunch of stuff related to this. Yo. I know YouTube takes a cut. Good luck, buddy. Stay safe. I appreciate it, Hedonic Samuel. No worries.
Good luck, buddy. Stay safe out there.
I'll be able to do it no matter what, really. But I appreciate all your guys' support. It does mean a lot to me. And it's playing twice again. Why are you doing this to me? No, what the fuck? Ooh, why? Why? I thought I fixed this. Why? Why? And I'm going to try to set up, by the way, while I'm there some type of content afterwards. Oh, what's up? Hello?
Yo, isn't
Yo.
Lane Kenworthy the same guy from the Social Democracy Capitalism book? I think he is.
Who? Wait, what? From
The
the book
Isn't
I just...
Equality a Problem guy.
No, I don't think so.
Pretty sure he is. I'm almost certain. Let me Google it. Lane Kenworthy. Let me look it up.
I thought the guy who wrote the Social Democracy Capitalism book, whatever, I thought he was way older. So maybe I'm wrong.
Wait,
I thought he
there
was
are
dead by
more
now.
than that, but no, yeah, Social Democratic Capitalism. That's the name of his book.
Oh, wait, I'm thinking of a
Yeah,
different
like,
book then. Wait, wait.
yeah,
The,
you're thinking of the three worlds of welfare capitalism.
no, I'm thinking of Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy, book by Joseph.
Oh, Schulter?
Yeah.
Joseph Schulter?
I was thinking of
That's
this
a
book,
different
yeah.
guy.
Yeah,
That's a different guy.
written by way older dead guy, yeah. No,
Very
yeah, he
true.
did write this book. I don't think I've seen this
Yeah,
book,
I've had
but-
friends recommend it to me. Yeah. Either way. Not fun. I hope you have a lovely February.
I hope you do too, I guess.
Wow. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Okay.
I'm going to send you more reels now. Bye-bye.
Oh, go then, let's go.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Everyone in chat, he sends me furry reels. He sends me furry reels nonstop, every single one of them. Inflation furry reel. I'm joking. Maybe like 2% of them are that. Hold on, real quick, just for if North is still here, or just to talk about this real quick. The way IRL stream I set up for me, basically, are you Jewish? No. A lot of people think I am and don't believe me when I say I'm not, but I'm not. I'm not, in fact, Jewish. I'm like mostly German and French. I took a DNA test when I was like 12, and I was 100% European. But then they updated it. Okay, they got more data. They updated it. And I'm only 99.8% European. So yeah, I can basically say the N-word. Yeah, basically, yeah. But I use an app called IRL Pro. There are a bunch of other apps. IRL Pro is the best I've found because it has bonding within it, which lets me do the things with the cell phone plans, like I said. And I stream from my phone to my definitely Jewish to my computer. And then I have stuff set up with my computer where it's like if I lose service on my phone, it like will automatically switch to like the disconnect screen, which I actually can't show you because I made it so the disconnect screen is not always in the background of my non-IRL streams because that just uses more PC resources for no reason. And it's yeah, so bringing your laptop, like the only benefit of that would be, I guess you would have physical access to your laptop if you needed to change anything with regards to streaming from your phone to your computer, but you can also just remote into your computer. That's what I need to do if I need to fix anything on my computer, which I haven't had to do yet. I can just remote into my computer from my phone or my laptop and then fix it there. All right, I remember how scuffed your No King stream was, lol. Hey. There was only like one 30-minute outage. And I don't think I didn't have 2 cell phone plans for that, which is that's why that happened, I think. So okay, this is just memes. By that I mean I've not looked deep into this issue yet. I just want to look at some of the Covered War stuff. This is from 2005 to 2012. Some of its quotes regards to interest, inflation, and unemployment. I'm more concerned about the upside risk to inflation than the downside risk to output. And this is, hold on, what's the bright white one? It's unemployment. And inflation's the gray one, okay. I'm more concerned about the upside risk to inflation than the downside risk to output and employment. And this is obviously mistaken here. But I remain quite concerned about inflation prospects. I must admit to being considerably less sanguine about inflation prospects. I'm less sanguine that we're going to see the power of that inflation fade in the event that the economy actually softens some. There are reasons to believe that our inflation problems will become more pronounced and I fear more persistent. Overall thoughts on Gavin Walsh? So I don't have like that nuance of overall thoughts because I like the reason we're looking at this is because like I don't know a ton about his tenure, his performance before any of this stuff or before he started dissenting. I recognize him from the dissents on the interest rate decisions most recently. But you know, I think of the options that Trump had put forward, other people, you know, thought he would choose, Kevin Warsh is obviously probably the, you know, best one, or least bad one, really, I should say. And I think he like a lot of that might just be Trump knowing that no one else would really get through. And I think this is worth talking about too, because it relates to this. A few days ago, he also named a new BLS commissioner because you know, he fired the old one, Erica Cartner or whoever. And then he appointed EJ and Tony, who's like a crazy fucking liar, MAGA diehard dude. He's probably not even a MAGA diehard dude. He's like probably Groyper adjacent. He had whatever like Nazi ship on his fucking like painting on his wall. But he recently named like a actual real person who like works at the BLS, I think, or at least used to. And he withdrew EJ and Tony's nomination a few months ago. Senior economist with the White House's Council of Economic Advisors and on leave as a research economist at the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, focused on economic management. If confirmed by the Senate, he would replace acting Commissioner William, not going to try to pronounce that, who took over for former Commissioner Erica McCartner. I think he might just be choosing these picks because he knows that, okay, I kind of assumed that the guy would come up. He knows these ones are likely to get through, and he's still going to try to do everything he can to control them. Why did Trump drop the Groyper guy? The immigration dude? The, what's his first name? The bovine dude? It's not bovine, it's fucking bovino, right? I'm not 100% sure. I think he, to my knowledge, represents a disconnect on how to enforce immigration policy. No, the BLS guy you mentioned as a Groyper. Oh, but just because he was never going to get confirmed, or at least Trump didn't expect that it was going to get confirmed. Is my understanding. Facing criticism of Democrats, and after CNN's K-File found that Antoni had ran a since-deleted social media account that made inflammatory posts about gay people and Trump critics, the president withdrew his nomination. Like, yeah. He just probably thought there was no way he was going to get it approved, and it would be too much of a, even if it did get approved, it might just be too much of a hit to, not necessarily his political capital, but it might create a shitstorm in the media that would just look bad on him. Inflation risk, in my view, continue to predominate as the greatest risk to the economy. We had Lehman Brothers fail. inflation risks are very real, and I believe that these risks are higher than growth risk. I'm still not ready to relinquish my concerns on the inflation front. Okay. Now, what do we say after inflation drops off a cliff? I am still skeptical that deflation risk rank as high as many of the other risks. Incredible. We're at what percent unemployment is this, by the way? Oh, unemployment is like 7.5 something percent unemployment here. I continue to be more worried about upside risk of inflation than downside risk. Inflation measures do appear quite satisfactory for now. The situation is certainly bears watching. Okay, we did it, guys. Once we got to like below 1% inflation here, policy rates were to stay as accommodative. I would be surprised if inflation and inflation expectations stayed at levels consistent with price stability in the forecast period. Near-term indicators, as everyone has discussed, appear quite benign. There's a little risk of near-term price increases. Incredible. Yeah, but he's not a fan of quantitative easing. That's the only. I don't actually know how big the effects will be of his, shrinking the Fed's balance sheet. I mean, obviously, how big the effects would be was going to depend on how fast and how much he does, and also what assets they sell. But everyone knows that he wants to. That's the one thing that seems clear he's going to try to do is shrink the Fed's balance sheet. This is from 2010. Krugman linked to this in his blog post that he wrote on the pick about him drawing about the same type of stuff. Calculated risk points us to a speech by Kevin Warsh that strikes me as almost the perfect illustration of the predicament we're in which policy is paralyzed by fear of invisible bond vigilantes. Warsh is an especially bad example, but that's the point. This is what serious people sound like these days. Why does Trump want low interest rates? Because he thinks there'll be a boom to the economy, and because he thinks that they will bring down mortgage rates. At least that's what he's stated before. It's hard to know the real mind of Trump, right? So, what he says that he wants mortgage rates to be brought down, and he thinks lowering interest rates would do that. It's hard to know how serious he is. He also wants to pay lower interest on our debt. That I think he probably is serious about. I have to imagine someone has explained to him why some of those things wouldn't work, and I don't know. Like I said, it's hard to know the mind of Trump. I don't know if that's his true intent with mortgage rates, and even paying less interest on the debt, because that's based on long-term interest rates, which may very well rise if the Fed loses credibility, because inflation expectations rise and the such. The bottom line of Warsh's speech, although expressed indirectly, is that it's time for fiscal austerity, even though the economy remains deeply depressed. And no, the Fed can't offset the effects of fiscal contraction with more quantitative easing. In short, the responsible thing is just to accept 10% unemployment. And why is this the responsible thing? On fiscal policy, market forces are often more certain than promised fiscal spending multipliers. But those market forces are currently willing to lend money to the US government at an interest rate of 3.05%. But never mind. Unanticipated, nonlinear events can happen. So it's these unanticipated, nonlinear events that are more certain than the direct effects of fiscal policy. I'm confused. And a monetary policy. The Fed's institutional credibility is its most valuable asset, far more consequential to macroeconomic performance than its holdings of long-term treasury securities or agency securities. That credibility could be meaningfully undermined if we were to take actions that are likely to yield unlikely to yield clear and significant benefits. Okay, but why exactly does it help Fed's institutional credibility to do nothing in a deeply depressed economy? Yeah, I was going to say this. I don't know. Maybe this quote gives me some hope for the future here, but I don't even understand the connection he's making here, especially because I don't think. I mean, maybe you could argue that you're just. I think there's some reasonable argument to be made that I know market monetarists argued like these types of cash injections or whatever, like just don't have a clear significant effect on long-term rates, but point here is that Wars' argument basically rests on assertions not about what markets are saying now, but on what presumed market reactions to policies. And these assertions about how markets react are A, not based on any actual evidence, B, actually assume that markets will behave irrationally. This goes for both fiscal and monetary policy. Again, right now the bond market doesn't seem worried about US solvency. And, rationally, stimulus spending shouldn't change that view. With the long-term real interest rates well below 2%, current borrowing has only a trivial effect on long-run state of the budget. You may say that markets will see short-run austerity as a signal of our willingness to make long-run sacrifices, but why? What the United States needs to do in the long run, mainly controlling healthcare costs and increasing revenue, has nothing to do with the question of whether we have a second stimulus package. On monetary policy, again, the large expansion of the Fed's balance sheet so far doesn't seem to have worried markets. Right now, the 10-year TIPS is below 1.9, showing no sign of exploding inflationary expectations. And for that matter, a rise in inflation expectations would actually be a good thing right now, encouraging more spending, unless you believe markets will, I'm assuming you mean somehow react badly for reasons not specified to the Fed's impaired credibility, defined as, well, I'm not sure what. So what we've got here is an assertion that bad things will happen if you do certain things without either any evidence to that effect or any explanation of why those things should happen. Yes, maybe bond markets will punish us if we don't slash spending right now, but also maybe we'll have bad luck if we step on cracks or fail to turn aside when basement cat crosses our path. But why does this pass for judicious policy discussion? Yeah, when do we start paying interest on excess reserves? When did Fed? Thanks, gaming, Vladdy PS2 for the follow. When did Fed start paying interest on reserves? October 6th, 2008. Then hold on, when was the what the fuck? Why did my background thing stop playing? When were these quotes? I don't think that's like super unreasonable to be worried about inflation from quantitative easing prior to paying interest on excess reserves. Afterwards, I don't think it really makes sense. And even beforehand, I would not go this far. I have to assume he was in the in the room when these conversations were taking place. So like you can go watch Ben Bernanke say like, oh, when we did quantitative easing, we were not trying to print a bunch of money, really. We were attempting to lower long-term rates by it must have some auto pause feature because it paused like exactly an hour in. We're not trying to print money and raise inflation expectations. We're just trying to lower long-term rates by buying treasuries and pushing down their yield. And some of it was just buying toxic assets, right? In the context of paying excess reserves, you're not actually going to, or interest on excess reserves, you're not actually going to stimulate lending. You're just exchanging an asset that earns very low interest for another asset which owns very low interest, which is reserves that also pay interest on whatever the federal funds rate is, which at the time was near zero. I don't know what this quote is from. Liquidity is significantly higher than it would otherwise due to the proliferation of financial products and innovation by financial providers. This extraordinary growth itself is made possible by remarkable improvements in risk management techniques. According to my proposed definition, we could equally state that financial innovations have been made possible by high levels of confidence in the strength and integrity of our financial infrastructure, markets, and law. Moreover, remarkable competition among commercial banks, securities firms, and other credit intermediaries have helped to expand access to and lower the all-in cost of credit. Interest rate risk and credit risk exposures are now more diversified. Look no further than the dramatic growth of the derivatives market. In just the past 4 years, notional amounts of outstanding of interest rate. Hold on, what the fuck? Notional amounts outstanding of interest rate swaps and options tripled, and outstanding credit default swaps surged more than tenfold. These products allow investors to hedge and unwind positions easily without having to transact in cash markets, expanding the participant pool. Syndication and securitization also lead to greater risk distribution. An important source of strength has been financial innovation. And well, we have yet to see how some new products will play out in a more stressful environment. Wait, when is this quote made? Yeah. Oh, March 2007. Oh no. Oh no. There were almost certainly were made a greater dispersion and insurability of risk. Yeah. Interesting quote to have in March 2007. And we'll look a little bit more into this too. And I'm not even sure. I don't totally disagree with the principle of this quote. And I think 2008 had more, or there's more to it than just unregulated derivatives markets and subprime mortgages and such. I think there are broader issues with monetary policy there, but apparently he does not. Warsh also does not like banking regulation. Does that Hamster's article even respond to any positive arguments for reparations? I'm not sure. Like I said, I haven't read it, but no, I'm not really sure. I don't think it does. Oh wait, probably does here. Yeah, he's talking about like redlining here. I guess he's responding to this. And this as well. So at least a little bit. But I feel like I've heard reparation advocates say black people were explicitly promised certain things, 30 acres and a meal, that were never delivered. Yeah, I don't know if he responds to that argument, but yeah. Yeah, I don't think so. But he brought up, I mean, at least two other things, pain and suffering and redlining, which, you know. Okay, in September, President Trump's pick to oversee banking supervision at the Federal Reserve met with top officials from the central bank's 12 regional districts and delivered a rebuke. The staff at the Fed's quasi-independent regional banks are the ones who conduct most of its banking exams, ensuring the nation's financial institutions are stable. Michael Bowman, the Fed's vice chair for supervision, wanted a new direction for supervision, in part to ease the burden on banks. Some regional examiners apparently hadn't received the message. I don't know the article. That article seems very concerning to me. Just skimming it, LOL. I could see why Race Realist promoted it. Yeah. I mean, I don't really. Not that I talk about it that much or anything, but I don't know. I always thought reparations were just kind of silly on the basis of it's probably just not even the best way to help you know, here I'll say this: the cost, given the opportunity cost of reparations with regards to how much money you'd be spending on them, you can probably just have much more generally positive impacts overall by spending the money on stuff that is likely to help even disproportionately black people, but also, you know, poor white people as well. The most oppressed group, truly. Bowen made clear that notwithstanding the Fed's sometimes opaque chain of command, she was in charge and expected examiners to get on board, according to people familiar with the meeting. Some of those present left unhappy with the message and what they took as addressing down, the people said. Most oppressed by volume. This is true. This is this is true. I agree with that, but making the argument mostly by doing some brute force calculation that black people are a net physical drain is crazy, lol. Well, I mean, arguing it's you know, essentially we've already sort of done reparations, right? It's like we're already paying them on net a decent amount. Not that I think that would actually be like, I don't think that'd be super convincing to people who think that we should have reparations for like some crazy strong leftist principled position there, but. Meeting was the opening shot at Bowman, a former banker from Kansas who had developed a reputation for butting heads with fellow governors and staff after being appointed to the Fed's board during Trump's first term. Thanks for following, Ninja Who. I appreciate it. Bowman, who projects a Midwesterner's approachability, instructed people to call her Mickey, outmaneuvered skeptics, including Fed Chair Jerome Powell last year to secure the vice chair position. Now she's moving to roll back what she and many in the Trump administration view as regulatory excesses that followed the 2008 to 2009 financial crisis. We have to take the financial system out of the straitjacket, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who interviewed Bowman last fall as he sought candidates to succeed Powell, said on Fox Business in December. Bowman has slashed staff and pursued what many inside and outside of central bank view as a house cleaning of supervision and regulation. Division senior leadership. Alternate. Okay, where are we? Is Force even mentioned in here? Krugman might be misleading me or whatever. I mean, Warsh might have made statements elsewhere that were on board with this or whatever, but I think. I'm not sure. Wants to reduce its role in bank regulation, cut back study of issues like climate change. Incredible. Argued in a Wall Street op-ed that the Fed was responsible for regulatory failures that led to the 2023 banking turmoil and which had hurt small and medium-sized banks. He added that Fed leadership should support Bowman. Oh, okay, yeah. Who was embarking on the most sweeping efforts to erase Wall Street bank capital rules and supervision since the 2008 financial crisis. Which I don't have particularly strong positions on that. I think, I don't know. I've seen stuff that suggests that we made like mortgage lending requirements too tight after 2008. And that did have we kind of overcorrected there. And that did kind of have a substantial effect on the number of homes being built. I'm not sure about banking regulation more broadly. I think Nicholas Decker has a article about it. Might be this. Even if you're a MAGA sycophant, it's a hard pick to get excited about. Just seems like a boring guy. Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, the MAGA, I think he picked Warsh because he thought a MAGA sycophant would not get approved. Oh shit! You guys see dude. You guys see this, by the way? The fucking Keynes versus Hayek rap battle is in one of the Jeffrey Epstein emails. Oh my god. Fucking goated, man. By the way, do these special elections even matter? Aren't they super low turnout? I mean, I think they matter. Well, matter in what? So I think they obviously matter in the sense of hold on. Oops. Why am I feel like I'm way too purple. They matter in the sense of obviously I think it matters who, like, if we pick up seats in the House, and even if I saw the one state level, like state assembly Texas person one. I think that, like, obviously politically matters. And I think it, you know, you're right, they're low turnout and they're probably indicative of the most like high propensity voters, but still think you can take it as some type of signal as to how well Democrats will do in the midterms and stuff. I look better. Could make this one a little more purple. Man, it's not shit. I still need to play with the lighting of it, but you know. People review banks are too free, they are not regulated enough, and it's lack of regulation, which leads to periodic financial crises and recessions. I do not think that's true. In fact, I think basically everyone does not grasp how much and how badly banks were regulated. History, U.S. banking has become one where, out of fear the banks would be too big to fail, we left them too small to succeed. But I don't think it's about, I don't know if he gets over any of the post-2008 stuff here then. Doesn't look like it. Main mechanism by which the Federal Reserve is trying to control the money supply no longer actually touches most consumers. They're raising rates. This doesn't increase the return to savings. Second, by reducing the amount available to banks, many otherwise profitable loans are unable to be made. Firms find themselves unable to borrow and become unable to fill the orders which they have received, nor could they replace bank loans with corporate bonds. Only some firms have access to this. And while bond issuance did increase during credit crunches, it is not enough to balance out loans. Yeah, okay. To develop a stronger opinion on that, I actually have to read some of the some more shit here. I know Charles Goodhart has some stuff on banking regulation, and I believe Barry Ice Cream does too. Oh, unregulated, yeah, this shit. I think he has some stuff in here. Two aspects of stability should be distinguished: just systemic stability and the stability of individual banks. The effect of failure on individual banks on the stability of the financial system is considered first. This leads to the conclusion that the central bank alone can maintain systemic stability, although individual bank failures may set off runs that result in multiple bank failures. This outcome can be prevented by central bank actions, even when very large banks fail. The role of the Federal Reserve in preventing systemic collapse is then analyzed and found wanting. Payment system risk also is considered. Regulations that restrict branching have given the Fed a monopoly over nationwide check clearance, which has exacerbated the risk. Regulation affects individual bank stability in four main ways: constraints on diversification, effects on profitability, limits on opportunities and incentives of bank owners and managers toward risk-taking or avoidance, and interventions through monitoring, supervising, and preventing fraud, and grossly incompetent management. Each of these influences is discussed. The general conclusion is that regulation tends to be destabilizing because diversification is restricted, profitability is reduced, and risk-taking is encouraged as a consequence of primarily of deposit insurance. While supervision is necessary, it has generally not been adequate. I don't know when this was written. It was written in the fucking 90s, I think. Oh my god, how much of a preface does this have? Yeah, 1991. Which, bro, even Friedman was a fan of deposit insurance. But I think the general issue is that, like, you know, something that makes the banking system more stable as a whole might increase, like, individual bank failures because of the moral hazard there, but it's probably worth it. I think it's pretty old stuff. So, like, I don't know if there's gonna be... Which is still gonna be useful for, like, the principles of stuff, but... I don't know how much stuff there was gonna be on, like, post-2008 regulations specifically. There's something... Fuck, what was the... There's another thing I was looking for. I totally... It left my mind. Fuck. Oh. I've read some of this. But this isn't that... This is not that deep. Like, Bernanke has a, along with the Treasury Secretary at the time of the financial crisis and some other dude. They have their book about 2008. And they make points in here about, like, bank regulation, but it's not particularly deep or anything. It's like, it's funny. Fuck. I forget who I was responding to, but I was gonna reply to someone about this shit on Twitter. It might have been Relearning Economics, because they, like, posted some Bernanke hate, or it might have been Steve Keen, one of those two, about Bernanke, like, being super wrong about the stability of the financial sector and everything. And now maybe Bernanke, you know, believed the private financial sector was a lot more stable prior to 2008. I don't think that's true based on the academic work he had beforehand. But, like, just reading through, just reading some of this, like, he's literally Minsky posting. He's Minsky posting. What? Long periods of stability can create overconfidence that breeds instability, as the economist Hyman Minsky famously observed. Is during, like, and Minsky's like does Minsky count as a post-Keynesian? I don't know if he counts as post-Keynesian because he might have been too, like, he was alive during Keynes' time, was he not? So he might just be considered a Keynesian. Okay, Wikipedia has him as post-Keynesian economics, okay? So, yeah. It's during these boom times when liquidity seems limitless and asset values seem destined to keep rising that risk-taking tends to be excessive, posing dangers that can extend well beyond the risk takers. None of us thought that financial innovations and the sophistication of modern finance had immunized us, can't speak, against crisis. Finance, at least as it's organized in modern economies, is inherently fragile. But I don't think this book is gonna... I've read about half of it. I don't think it's gonna be, citing papers about the effects of bank regulation. I think it's too sort of entry level to really do that stuff. Oh, I think it's literally a model of unregulated banking system based around a private clearinghouse arrangement. While such a system may dominate one with a public safety net in reducing moral hazard in lending and therefore the scope for individual bank insolvency, it also increases the likelihood of contagious bank failure following a systemic shock or aggregate liquidity shortage. Oh, a Facebook video. Great.
For the purpose of preventing things like the Great Depression. And yet, its existence was responsible, in my opinion, for the depths of the Depression. The Federal Reserve System was established to prevent the bank runs and bank failures that happened during the Great Depression. But they made it worse by not doing what they were setting up to do. They were supposed to provide liquidity, and instead they reduced liquidity. The quantity of money in the United States fell by a third between 1929 and 1933. The Federal Reserve System at all times during that period had the power to prevent that decline. And it was established for the purpose of preventing that from happening. It didn't do it.
Jeffrey Epstein emails obtained by... What are we pasting here? Email clone. Yeah, I know. I've seen it. Red Hood Devil, the Gmail clone that lets you look at Epstein shit.
The system wasn't abolished, unfortunately. But the Federal Deposit Insurance was created to do what the Federal Reserve System had been supposed to do.
Okay, I thought I was going to go more in depth than that. Took a more pragmatic approach, included the championing of deposit insurance, bank capital, and bailouts in certain circumstances. Friedman especially liked deposit insurance and saw it as contributing so greatly to monetary stability, far more than the establishment of the Federal Reserve System. Held out a favorable view of deposit insurance over his entire career. Potential equity cushion not only gives banks shock absorber, but also provides ample incentives to avoid excess risk. Okay, this is Mercatus Centers. They're going to give us the most unfavorable view, I think, of the 2008 regulations here. Based on these financial stability principles, how would Friedman have viewed the great financial crisis of 2007-2009 and the epidemic-caused inflation of of 2020? In both crises, the Federal Reserve pushed its interest rate target to 0%. As the natural interest rate fell aggressively and used large-scale asset purchases, various forms of backstops to the banking and shadow banking system were also used in both crises, including the Fed's emergency liquidity facilities and the temporary facilities created by Congress, like the Troubled Asset Relief Program and the Paycheck Protection Program. Financial policy also began requiring more capital funding for banks. On the surface, then, it might appear the government's response to both crises followed Friedman's principles of financial stability. A closer look, however, reveals a different conclusion. Friedman probably would have seen the principles as not being closely followed in the 2007-2009 crisis. Conversely, he would have predicting them as being followed more closely in the 2020 crisis. This interpretation finds support in the actual growth path of nominal income. Oh, okay, we're just going to do NGDP memes. I guess that makes sense. Friedman's defining measure for thinking about financial stability, since nominal income equals nominal GDP. The top left chart, figure 1, shows one way to see this outcome, the nominal GDP gap. This measures the present deviation from nominal income from its expected growth path and reveals that it collapsed relative to expectations into the 2007-2009 crisis and only slowly recovered during 2020. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay, never mind. You're not going to give me what I want. I, too, am familiar with NGDP targeting. This is my new argument. Banking regulation is clearly not a problem so long as NGDP is on. It's on a stable path, okay? Let's go. Let's go. Kevin Warsh debunked. Okay. Yeah, that's Kevin Warsh. I don't think it makes sense to be nearly as concerned as he was with inflation at the time, given the interest on excess reserves especially. Which makes me doubt that he's truly understands what quantitative easing kind of was during that time at least. And I think he probably is more likely to sell out to Trump, but we'll see. You know, the good thing is that FOMC is not a dictatorship. So. All right. I've not actually read this yet. But this is like 2 days ago. Trump wrote, I'm assuming someone heavily edited it after he wrote it, I'm guessing, about his tariffs. As an op-ed. High tariffs have brought America back. The experts predicted market crashes, massive inflation, and recession. They were all wrong. Oh boy. When I imposed historic tariffs on nearly all foreign countries last April, the critics said my policies would cause a global economic meltdown. Instead, they've created an American economic miracle, and we are quickly building the greatest economy in the history of the world, with other countries doing just fine. I thought, aren't we America first? What? Huh? Don't we want to win in trade? Why are they doing just fine? They're not supposed to be doing just fine if you put a bunch of tariffs on them. Thought that was the point. By the way, on the 5th at 8:30 p.m. EST, I'll be having I'll be on a Gibbs panel about the Trump economy. So y'all can look forward to that. It'll be so fun. Countless so-called experts, including those featured frequently in the Wall Street Journal, predicted confidently that Trump tariffs would crash stock markets, crush economic growth, cause massive inflation, destroy American exports, and trigger a worldwide recession. 9 months later, the results are in. Every one of those predictions has been proven completely and totally wrong. True. Since I was re-elected in 2024, we have had 52 stock market highs with virtually no inflation. There has never been anything like it. Kill me. Oh, like, what do I... Do you guys even need me to... Do you need me to say anything? Obviously, a large reason why any of the, predictions by the so-called experts were wrong or whatever is because the effective tariff rate is significantly lower than the announced tariff rate, because there were so many exemptions, there were so many carve outs for specific companies, like there were like broad exemptions with USMCA goods from Canada, Mexico are exempt, and then there are like narrower exemptions for Apple importing certain stuff from like China, India, you know, just doesn't have a tariff on it. And then there was obviously before the tariffs were actually implemented and before some of them were announced, you know, the company started stockpiling foreign goods, right? That's why we had a negative quarter of GDP in quarter one this year. It's because a lot of companies, instead of investing productively, right, they used their money they had to instead buy a bunch of foreign goods so they could have a stockpile of them for when the tariffs were going to be implemented. But from the evidence we do have, like, tariffs have raised inflation. America is paying them. It's probably contributed roughly 0.9% to CPI. And if you just look at the incidence on the importers, so, you know, not its final effect on consumer goods, but just how much foreign countries are lowering prices to deal with to try to account for the tariffs, you find that they're probably not lowering prices that much. They're probably lowering prices by roughly 4%, which means U.S. importers are paying roughly 96% of the tariffs. And obviously, the stock market high, I mean, like, think at a counterfactual and look at how the stock market reacts to new information. So, like, if you look at the, like, all the evidence we have, it's just that tariffs are bad for growth, right? They're bad for growth expectations, which means that in the counterfactual, you would expect the stock market to be even higher without regards to if there were no tariffs. And you can, you know, kind of test that by looking at how the stock market can't speak reacts whenever new tariffs are announced. It typically falls. It goes down. I inherited an economy ravaged by the radical policies of Sleepy Joe. Okay, maybe you know, maybe they didn't. Maybe someone didn't edit Trump's stuff that much. Sleepy Joe Biden and his allies in Congress, their trillions of dollars in wasteful spending, and their extremist green energy agenda created the worst inflation in more than 40 years, costing the typical American family $33,000 in real wealth. I mean, that number's probably just pull it out of his ass. I don't think that has any coherence. Cost American family $33,000 in real wealth. Oh, this is it. The average real wealth of U.S. middle-class households has fallen more than $33,000 this year alone. That's what we're talking about? That seems silly. He's not even citing the whatever studies he was citing before that the other articles mentioned from the Council of Economic Advisors and Republican Congress committees. Were just saying, I think the number is literally just from that Bloomberg article, how much average, like, middle class, I don't know how they're defining middle class, but how much their real wealth fell from 2022 to 2023. But that's obviously not a robust analysis of how much real wealth they supposedly lost due to Joe Biden's policies. For all we know, right? And I don't think it'd be even totally incoherent to argue this, that, you know, the real wealth would have been even lower had it not been for Biden doing things like the stimulus packages, which probably did, you know, have some positive effect on growth, even though I think I'm going to think the American Rescue Plan definitely contributed at least somewhat to inflation. So probably roughly 30%. Biden years were defined by the misery known as stagflation. High inflation or low growth. Is it me when I make stuff up? This is not... We had really high growth under Biden. What do you mean? Like, job growth was really strong under Biden. GDP growth was, you know, at normal, typically at the very least. Like, quarter 1 and 2 of 2022 were not particularly... I think one of them was negative. But other than that, we had very good growth. We had very low unemployment, too. Only 12 months into my second term in office, we now have the exact opposite. Extremely low inflation. I mean, not really, honestly. Extraordinarily high economic growth. The quarter of 2025, gross domestic product was booming at 4.4%. Despite the Democrats' induced shutdown last fall, which cost us at least 1 point. Whoa. What is this about? Whoa, 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 whoa. We're saying that government spending can increase GDP? I thought all of Biden's GDP numbers were fake because they were all just government spending. Wasn't that the line for... That was the MAGA line for so long. All the Joe Biden growth numbers and job growth numbers and GDP numbers were inflated by government spending. Fourth quarter is projected by the Atlanta Fed to be well over 5%. That's... I mean, I think he's just lying about this at the time even. Because that has come down to, like, it's still pretty high. It's like 4.2%. I don't know when the initial down thing was, but he might have been lying even at the time this was made. A lot of the like GDP now is just kind of fucked up because of the environment Trump created. I think what created this like initial spike here is just that we had like inventories and investment data without like import data initially. So so imports are supposed to have a net effect of 0 on GDP. Like if a company buys a machine from China and makes shit, right, that's included as like a positive in investment spending, but as a negative in net exports, and those are going to offset each other. So the net effect on GDP of importing that machine would be 0. And sometimes with GDP now, we can get data from investment, before we get data from imports. So we end up doing the adding without the subtracting, sort of having an artificial high there. They had similar issues with that earlier, especially with gold imports, which is why GDP now, back then, it was predicting like a really big negative contraction in quarter 1, and it was a relatively small contraction in quarter 1 compared to what GDP now predicted. So, that's why in the environment of a lot of trade uncertainty and constant stockpiling of overseas goods, sometimes GDP now gets a little fucked up there. Meanwhile, also this is like this is annualized quarter-to-quarter growth. So first of all, it's not saying like it's well, it kind of matters. The 4.4% number, like that's not we grew 4.4% from quarter 2 to quarter 3. That's if we kept growing at the same rate as we did in quarter 3, our total annual growth would be 4.4%. That's what that number represents. It's a little weird way of doing it, but if you just look at the whole year of 2025, I think we only had like 2.7% something GDP growth. 2025 U.S. real GDP growth. Where's just a final year over year? Hold on, they should have... This is by quarter again, though. They should have a initial estimate, shouldn't they, of what the year-over-year growth would be? For like 2025 compared to 2024. Am I not happy yet? Regardless, a large part of the month numbers are sort of only like making up for the contraction we had earlier in the year. So the actual yearly growth is not projected to be that high. Meanwhile, annual core inflation for the past 3 months has dropped to just 1.4%. I don't know what we're citing. Are we citing true-flation for that? Oh, annual core inflation for the past 3 months. Or PCE 3-month annualized. This is all. It's not. But I don't know. I don't even know. Does Fred have like a 3-month moving average? I don't know. I think this is made up too. CPI, I'm assuming it's higher than PCE, so far lower than almost anyone other than me had predicted. Economic growth does not cause inflation. In fact, it often does the opposite. So first of all, I don't know who took over writing for him here, but this can be true. Supply side economic productivity growth can and does increase real incomes, right? But oftentimes, for like analysis, you're doing is, I'm going to do a policy that might stimulate aggregate demand, that might cause more growth, but that might also cause more inflation. But like all else equal, obviously supply side growth can decrease inflation and increase real incomes. Real incomes for the typical workers rose 1,000 to 2,000 or even more last year, increasing much faster than consumer prices. Wages outpaced inflation, far outpaced inflation since Liberation Day. The stock market has skyrocketed with the strong possibility that we will soon break 50,000 on the Dow Jones Industrial Average, something which everyone thought was impossible, at least in 1 year. True. I think it's down today, but down for the last 5 days too. I saw it's down since the Fed pick was announced. But again, think counterfactual. Look at how it reacts to new information. Also, this is like kind of true, but it's not significantly different. Like the trend is not significantly different than what we saw under Biden or anything. This is the Atlanta wage growth tracker, which tries to, one, is using 3-month averages, and two, it's tries to account for composition effects, which were a big deal during COVID. This is looking at average hourly wage growth. It's like still running down. It's higher than inflation now. It's not. Is this real growth? I don't know if this is real growth or not. I don't think it is. I think it's nominal. Thoughts on Benny Net? I don't recognize the name. Oh, Benjamin Netanyahu, is that what you mean? I don't know why I didn't make that connection myself. I don't particularly like Netanyahu. Big Yahoo, yeah. So welcome to the stream. Joe Biden handed me a catastrophically high budget deficit. Bro, and the highest trade deficit we had in world history. Bro. I don't even think it might be the highest nominal Or nominal, not the right word. Actually, nominal can't be the right word. But I mean, if you just look at the trade upset as a percent of GDP, that's not actually. I don't even think that's true. Bro, name one bad thing that that absolute saint of a man has ever done. Yo, Bones, thanks for the resub. I appreciate it.
I love globalism. Globalism is based.
This is true. This is true. We're at like, when Biden left office, like 3%. And I think, yeah, here we're at 6% in 2006. So that's also obviously it's not true. At least as a more meaningful number, which is as a percent of GDP rather than just a raw number. I mean, from my understanding, I don't know a ton about Netanyahu specifically, but he has a number of corruption scandals, is my understanding, and the investigations were only paused because of the war effort. I think dissolving the war cabinet a while back was probably bad, because from my understanding, the reason he did that was because he had more sort of dovish people in the war cabinet, right? And he wanted to continue the war in Gaza and on Lebanon. But like I don't know a ton about like what specifically Netanyahu does compared to the other actors in the Israeli government. For the health tariffs, we have cut the budget deficit by a staggering 27% in a single year. I'm pretty sure that number is just made up too. And more incredibly, we have slashed our monthly trade deficit by an astonishing 77%. And what month? Because last month, or last quarter, actually it might have been a month, it increased by like 94%, like it almost doubled. Is it by month or is it by... This is by a month, isn't it? American exports are up by 150 billion. Domestic also, I love how we're... When? Since when? Since last month? Year? And also just the raw number. Like it could rise by 150 billion, but if it fell as a percent of GDP, which I'm not sure it has, to be clear. No one is surprised if it hasn't. Like then, what? You know, that could be indicative of it actually, you know, being in a lower trend because of the tariffs. Domestic steel production is up by more than 300,000 tons a month. Thank God there are no industries downstream of steel. Factory construction is up by 42% since 2022. Why are we measuring since 2022? There was a consistent upward trend. We're gonna watch any rain out today? Probably a little bit. Jubilee. Is there a new Jubilee thing? I wasn't planning on watching Jubilee. One Democrat versus 20 mega Republicans. I don't even know who this dude is.
So you just made...
Trump's transportation plan is making us less safe. Trump prioritized the wealthy and leaves you behind. Doge was completely total failure. Trump is terrible for the economy. You know what? This stuff interests me, I guess. I actually might check this out. Certainly number 4 is non-fun's worst nightmare. Yeah. I don't recognize this dude. Isaiah Martin. He only has 3,000 subs. He must have more on TikTok or something, right? We need 1 MAGA Democrat versus 20 boomer Republicans. True. Oh, he's running for Congress. Yeah, okay.
There was just a study.
What?
I believe,
Why did you?
Oh no, he's doing the meme. We'll get there. Okay. But yeah, we'll watch this. Okay. I've seen this dude before. Haven't I recognize this fucking dude. He's been at Jubilee before, I think. China's share of US imports has reached the lowest level since China entered the WTO in 2001. I don't know if that's true. Hundreds of billions of dollars are pouring into the United States. That's like not really true. I sincerely hope the Supreme Court is watching these numbers because our country has never seen anything like them. Just over a year ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere. Yeah, see, clearly someone, you know, I don't know who took over for writing for him. This is the way Trump writes. This is not the way Trump writes. The stuff about is not the way Trump writes. See, when we had Kevin Hassett or someone take over him there, I can feel the hopium flowing. This is every day. Yep. Texas is going to be purple as blue in 2028. Trust. It's definitely not happening. Definitely not happening. Let's keep it at that way and stop worrying about Jeffrey Epstein. True. Something no one cares about. Well, a lot of people care about it. Unfortunately for Trump, he kind of you know, the especially conspiracy-brained people, you know, really care about it, and then they kind of made it an issue for everyone else. I feel like Jubilee made up surrounded by watching porn. I kind of doubt that was the connection, but maybe the bukkake, which is really inspiring to them. Okay, true. Oh my god, it's longer than I thought. Okay, we won't read all this then. It shows that the burdens and incentives of tariffs has fallen overwhelmingly on foreign producers and middlemen, including large corporations that are not from the U.S. According to a recent study by Harvard Business School, these groups are paying 80% of the tariff cost. Why is he? What the fuck? Wait, first of all, this is a new, updated version of this paper. I haven't read through the January 30th version of this paper, so maybe I should. But so the like November version of this paper, which I have read through, simply says that the final retail pass-through is roughly 20%, and they don't, to my knowledge, or at least in a version of the paper I read, they do not calculate how much of the incidence is on foreign producers versus U.S. companies, which, by the way, it's still bad if it's on, well, honestly, it's still bad if it's on either one of them. You know, U.S. Republicans are supposed to be the ones in favor of like corporate tax cuts and shit. Why are they so happy when U.S. companies eat the tariff, right? Like that's still going to be bad for investment. It's still going to be bad for employment. It's still going to be bad for, you know, probably prices later down the line because they're probably only going to not pass it through for so long until they or they're just betting on tariffs getting repealed, so they'll never have to pass it through. But you can look at, there was, oh yeah, they say retail pass-through reached 24%, contributing about 0.76 percentage points to the all items consumer price index by October 2025. If you look at there was a recent paper by some fucking German people that do try to look at, rather than pass through to final consumers, just the incidence by country. And they found, 96% of the tariff costs is from U.S. importers, borne by U.S. importers, and foreign producers only eat like roughly, as a weighted average of all the countries, like 4% of the tariff cost. They even had one of the cool things they did in that paper. They had like data from India on like the like export side. So instead of like looking at the value of like shipments that come in from other countries, like once they reach the US, like they have data from India about the value and quantity and stuff of shipments before they even leave India. And they're able to look at did Indian ships going to the US have like lower prices, like they do it by unit prices, lower unit prices as compared to ships going elsewhere. It's like, no, they didn't. So are you in the files? Don't believe so, sample text. Don't believe so. Okay, yeah, blah, 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 means. I'll have to read the updated version of this. Bummer. I haven't tried looking up just non-fawn. Oh, am I 18 years old or older? I am. Let's just see. Is this the Cavallo paper? Yeah. Well, which one? The one I had pulled up was the Cavallo paper. The one I was talking about is the that has the Indian data. That's a different paper. That's I don't remember the authors. It's from the fucking Kier Institute or whatever. Some German motherfuckers wrote it. Okay. No results for non-fawn. Okay. Jared Kaufman. Oh, we're safe. We're safe. We're good. What about this Jared? How many Jareds are in there? There's a lot of Jareds. It's old Jared Flynn, okay. It was uploaded 13 hours ago. We're gonna hope. My defense mechanisms here of mirroring it and putting the little noise thing on. We're gonna hope this is enough to avoid the copyright. We'll see. No, the Cavallo only looks at incidents of consumers. The FE. Yeah. That's what I was explaining. Do you not hear me? That's what I was explaining. Because Trump cited in his thing that like 80% of the cost is borne by foreign producers as opposed to, or by foreign producers or companies as opposed to like consumers or whatever. And I was like, well, Cavallo does not. They're only looking at final incidents. They're not looking at whether it's borne by foreign producers or whatever middlemen or like U.S. corporations. Because if it's borne primarily by U.S. corporations, presumably Republicans should still think that's bad. Because they're the ones who want all their corporate tax cuts, okay? And I think it's bad too, to be clear. But I'm just appealing to their logic. The Kier Institute one is the one that tries to look at how much is borne by all U.S. importers, whether it be the final, whether it's passed on to consumers or not, or whether the consumer is the importer himself. So, yeah, they get the 96% number. Okay.
We're talking about Doge. Stay focused.
Pause. We're out of time on this one. Thank you.
My final surrounding claim is that Trump is terrible for the economy. What's up, brother?
So I want to speak about all of your claims at once, since I think they all tie into each other.
We're talking about the economy.
You think Trump is horrible for the economy. You think Trump is doing more for the wealthy than for rich people. You think Doge was a failure. You think Trump's immigration plan is horrible.
We're talking about the
we can
economy.
right.
Okay, yes, let me repeat.
Let's make sure that we
your previous claims.
All right, so we can speak about the economy. But we've only been talking about the economy so far. You think that regular people care about gas prices, about grocery prices, about energy bills. I think regular people care about not being burnt alive on a subway, like Bethany McKee. I think they care about not being stabbed in the neck, like Irina Zaritska.
First of all, yeah, I think regular people care about gas and grocery prices. I don't know how high crime was on like the exit polls for like people's reasons for voting, but the economy was like, depending on the poll, number 1 or number 2. I don't think crime is very high. But okay.
I think they don't want people like Daniel Penny to be made into political prisoners for defending innocent people from criminals who've sometimes been let out 72 times by Democrats.
I agree with this guy's face right now.
So we can talk about the economy, but
oh, show it again. Come on.
Is far more important, and Trump is doing far better on crime than Joe Biden ever did, than any Democrat ever did.
Okay, I'm going to step in here.
Right.
Every instance of crime should be prosecuted. I believe that Democrats support that, but that's not the subject. We can have a whole long conversation about crime. What I'm here to talk about is the fact that our economy is not moving in the right direction. We see that every single day.
Why'd you say that?
We say that inflation is going up, energy bills are going up left and right. It's certainly not a good thing. Look at what's happening to the farmers, for example. We now have to go pay $12 billion to effectively subsidize.
No, oh wait, okay, wait, no, oh wait, sorry. Okay, he's talking about the Trump, okay, bailout on the farm. Okay, sorry. Ooh, I was about to get a little angry. Okay, okay. The economy, why would Biden do this? Okay, yes. As long for talking about the Trump having to bail out the farmers, okay, because of his bad policies, okay, that's fine, okay, but I don't give a fuck about farmers otherwise, okay.
Bills are going up left and right. It's certainly not a good thing. Look at what's happening to the farmers, for example. We now have to go pay $12 billion to effectively subsidize them because the tariffs were not good for us.
Well, I'm going to still go back to what I was saying.
Brother, we're talking about the economy.
We've spoken enough about the economy. We've spoken for the past 45 minutes about the economy.
Well, that's the debate that we're having. You're trying to change the subject. I don't know if you're unprepared about the prompts that's in front of us, but what we're talking about today, you seem to not want to talk about the economy.
Let's talk about all the prompts
You seem
together.
to not want to talk about the economy.
Why don't we speak about all the prompts together?
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
I bet you run a mean 100.
I don't. All right, so it's nice to
faster than Trump, probably.
Maybe he's a little old.
A little.
So
Tim Isaiah is a debate pro. He's my goat, apparently. Is this dude a like a wokey progressive, or am I allowed to like him?
2.7% inflation on the night of the election. You've also repeatedly said that inflation is up. It's actually, as of a couple of days ago, averaging at 2.7%. So you've kind of defeated yourself there.
Why is this guy like dress like that when he could dress like anything and people would people would be perfectly willing to call him a little nerd.
You've also
not beating the stereotype here.
repeatedly said that inflation is up. It's actually, as of a couple of days ago, averaging at 2.7%. So you've kind of defeated yourself there.
That's not true.
That's true. That was published 2 days ago by the White House.
Core inflation in this country is
By the White House. So I don't know when this was filmed, and I don't know what claim he made specifically earlier, but it doesn't seem like there's any substantial change in the trend of inflation, and regardless of what you look at, if we just look at core, I think they're talking about core PCE. It kind of looks like just kind of a bumpy general downward path. I don't think you could identify when Trump comes into office, if you just looked at this graph without the dates. 2.7 went up to 2.9, back down to 2.6, 2.6, 2.7, 2.8, 2.9, 2.7, 2.7, if you want to talk about sort of what effects his specific policies are having on inflation, you can talk about that. I think, I'm sure they'll get into that, but all the evidence is kind of against you on that one with the tariffs. He's just a mainstream Dem, so he will repeat some slop, but mostly he just cares about getting Dems elected. He also knows Micah, I'm pretty sure. I like Martin. Okay, based. If he knows Micah.
About 3.1%. And besides,
bro, I'm upset. Mike is not going to the UFA event on the 4th that I'm going to. I won't get to meet him, unfortunately. Would have been goated. But maybe another event. I think they're having another event. I don't know when. No clue when. At the University of North Carolina at some point. So I'll probably go to that one too. And maybe there.
Inflation is currently 2.7%.
And by the way, they refused to release inflation reports for a very long time. So I don't know what you're talking about with that. But
Sand fact check. People will see. But
yes, they will.
I think there was...
A very long time. So
they did delay one of them. But in fairness, I don't think that was the administration refusing to release it. I think that was just the BLS saying... Or might have been BA, but I think it was the BLS saying we need more time because of a shutdown and data collection issues and staffing issues. Which, in fairness, you can blame a lot of that on Trump. When was the delay? I don't even remember. November. Yeah, it was CPI. Heavenly Blunt rotation. Micah. Dimple King of the Coast, non-fun JE. Or JE. That would be Heavenly, though.
I don't know what you're talking about with that. But
sand fact check. People will see. But
yes, they will.
But average spending for ordinary Americans, prices are actually going down for staple goods. Bread down, pasta down, shrimp down. Again, statistics that came out.
No, the shrimp. No, shrimp prices going down. You know, JE. I'm sure I'll recognize him if you give me more than an acronym, or if I saw his like Twitter profile picture or something. So let's just look at. You said like bread, shrimp. What else?
Prices are actually going down for staple goods. Bread down, pasta down, shrimp down. Again,
there's all just like food. So let's just look at PCE, food at home. Oh wait, yeah. Well, this is spending. Hold on. PCE price index. Percent change from a year ago. That doesn't really look like that. When Trump comes to office, January has been up like since then. It fell after the shutdown in October. So November was down, and then December was up again. This is consumer price. Does PCE not have like it disaggregated by category? It should have it. Oh, this is it, I think. Not really any different. So it's down this first month, and then up since then. Down in October, down in November.
Statistics came out like 2 days ago. I don't know about beef.
Beef is
Chicken's down. Eggs are down. I don't know about beef.
So what's happening across the board? That's why.
And it's also like technically the price isn't down. The rate at which the price is increasing is going down. You know.
But look at things as an average. Inflation.
It's not deflation. It's disinflation.
It's up. Core inflation.
No, it's not. It's down. It's at minimum. It's the same as it was.
It's about 3.1%.
No, it's just.
And the reality is, it's also here's what's also happening in this country. When you have to go give $12 billion as farm bailouts as a result of policies that are hurting our farmers across this country, those bailouts that are
the big J. Oh my God. Oh, you meant Jeffrey Epstein? Sorry. I assumed JE was meant to be someone else who fits with the category you provided, but okay.
Being used
to begin with, you're a Democrat. You don't not support farmer subsidies. I'd be surprised if that were the case.
Well, that's
but
not
farmers also need subsidies.
True.
There's a huge amount of an illegal slave class that was making their labor extremely cheap. They need to be able to.
True. So no, I don't even think it was a justification that Trump provided for their farming subsidies. I believe the justification was, first of all, even if that was the justification that Trump provided, or if that was in fact the case, That's still Trump's policy hurting farmers that he then has to spend government money bailing farmers out. It's still kind of bad. But maybe you realize the positive because of the whatever issues you think there are of immigrants. But I don't even think that's the justification that Trump himself offered. Trump farming aid. I don't believe. I believe it was because soy farmers just had issues selling stuff. I don't believe it was the justification was ever based on immigration. I mean, it says impacted by unfair market disruptions. Response to temporary trade market disruptions and increased production costs that are still impacting farmers following 4 years of the disastrous Biden. Oh, thanks for the sub, Max Thrax. I appreciate it. Administration policies that resulted in record high input prices and zero new trade deals. Like, maybe by increased production costs, they mean increased labor costs because of deportations. But number one, I don't even think the number of deportations has affected the supply of illegal immigrants that much to even increase the cost of that. But two, again, this is old trade stuff. I think he's saying input prices due to tariffs. I think that's the more reasonable interpretation. When is Trump getting impeached? Well, if Democrats win the House, which I imagine they will, I'm sure will have plenty of impeachments that are put forth, but he's not actually going to get convicted by the Senate on anything. So, really, we're just pulling that one out of his ass.
To make that thing impossible.
So you realize what's happening as a result of
what do farmers import? They're growing things here.
Hold on, wait a second. What's happening right now
True.
is that the inputs that are used by all of these farmers to grow their crops across this country are costing more money as a result of the tariffs that have been put in place. That does what to their production costs? It makes things go up, right?
I don't know what gets tariffs on farmers. I'm sorry.
Potash is something that was consistently tariffed.
We can probably start making that here.
I mean, the majority of our potash comes from places.
It would be more expensive, and there's it'd still be more expensive, and there's an opportunity cost. Okay.
What are you talking about?
We can start making it here.
But that's not the argument that we're having.
Do you want manufacturing to go up by producing that?
That's not the argument that we're having.
Yes, we need the potash manufacturing jobs back. Yes, young men crave to be manufacturing fertilizer. All right, let's go. Let's go. This is good American jobs we need. True. Oh, fuck them software engineers.
An economic argument.
The argument is that what you guys did by putting these tariffs in place made things more expensive. And now we have to go put a Band-Aid on these things by going up and putting $12 billion worth of farm subsidies directly as a result as a bailout because of the policies that you guys enacted.
You don't oppose bailouts. I'm confused why you're bringing this up.
Because the whole reason why we're having to do an emergency farm subsidy act effectively is because of the fact that you guys artificially raise the cost of everything that farmers have to do. They're struggling right now. There are more bankruptcies.
I think they would need that money.
Wait a second. Hold on, wait a second. I just want to make sure that you understand this point very clearly. That we had more bankruptcies in the first quarter of this year for farmers than all of last year.
The Small Business Index actually reports that small businesses are highly optimistic right now.
We're talking about the amount of bankruptcies that were happening in this country as a result of the first quarter of this year. We're more than all of last year. That's a fact. If you go and you ask these farmers whether or not they would want this emergency bill, they would tell you no. They would say just release the tariffs that are destroying their businesses.
Well, farmers also want really cheap labor, and I don't because I believe in what's best for the country and not what's best for big businesses and huge business farms that do that.
The unemployment rate for America.
Not even the justification that Trump offered.
Citizens is going up.
Takes time. We just fired a ton of people.
So now it takes time.
It does. We're in year one.
So the point is that the policies that you guys are pushing are not delivering the results. You guys are making things.
We're getting a lot of money from tariffs, actually.
What's your argument for that?
We're making a lot of money off of it.
What's happening to the deficit? What's happening to the deficit?
Probably going up because again, I want ICT to have funding.
So the deficit.
Oh my god, it's crazy they can't even cite the numbers. It's like roughly close to $300 billion. I think we've collected from tariffs so far. Now, obviously, that's money coming from Americans and American consumers and companies' pockets. Any tax increase would do that, and there are a bunch of other more efficient taxes that you could do. You could do a 5% VAT and collect more or comparable revenue, and it'd be more efficient.
But the amount of funding that ICE has received as an increase is not less than the amount of tariffs that you brought in. And by the way, who pays the tariff?
Importer.
It's all of us. The importer is the one that pays, and then they pass that price on directly to the consumer.
They can, yeah.
So you're bragging. So you're bragging.
Importers buy these things.
So is the
and they
thing?
sell it to us. I don't think things should be easy.
So is the thing in front of us, right? So is the thing?
People want to get jobs around here.
So is the question in front of us about whether or not you support American people basically paying for the largest tax increase in recent American history?
You are supporting big
American
businesses by
people?
doing this.
What?
Tariffs hurt big businesses.
Tariffs hurt small.
Yes, Drew. This is good. This is the state of politics right now. Yes. You are supporting big businesses by not wanting tariffs because tariffs hurt big businesses. And we shouldn't support big business. We should fuck big business. True. Like, there is like more narrowly kind of some point you can make for, I'm being way too charitable, but like for hypocrisy when you're like, oh, or like Democrats like don't like, they want like corporate taxes and stuff, but they don't like tariffs, even though sometimes they can have like comparable effects because they, you know, they don't realize that like a corporate income tax can have roughly comparable effects to tariffs that are like not passed through to consumers and stuff. But like, I think guys, I think we should support things that are good and not support things that are bad. And if the evidence says that tariffs have negative economic effects, I'm not really, you know, I don't really care if that affects big business or small businesses more. It probably should just not do it. Should just not do it. Should just say that it's bad.
Small farmers as well. That's why we had more bankruptcies for small farmers
We're
in the
getting
first
money
quarter of
from
this year
tariffs, which
than
can
everywhere
pay
else.
those farmers through their subsidies.
Well, not if they can't afford to keep
Why are we adding these extra steps for no reason? What?
their farms, because you guys literally have a situation in place.
Or who want to say for no reason to say, because we need the manufacturing here. And I wish he would, the Democrat would bring up this point that like, oh, you know, maybe the fact that we're doing a bunch of tariffs on inputs, on goods that manufacturers and farmers need to make their shit, you know, maybe that means that it won't help manufacturing that much. Based on and that's aligned with the evidence we have historically from Trump's first round of tariffs, and that's, you know, not inconsistent with the numbers that we have now with regards to manufacturing employment. What's up, Trotsky? Has Sample explained why he's named 40 times in the recent Epstein file release yet? He's not. You know, I just looked up my name, my online name and my real name. Both of them, 0 mentions, okay? So, I'm safe.
We're increasing bankruptcies left and right.
Farms aren't closing.
We literally had more bankruptcies in the first quarter of this year than all of last year.
Pause. We'll move on to the next debater. Thank you.
Nice to meet you guys. Yeah.
How's it going? Good to see you.
Hey, brother.
All right. So I guess on the economy point, do you want
Hold on, what's this guy's name? Martin. I've fucking seen this dude before.
to talk about tariffs? Or you want to talk about the one big beautiful bill? Because those were kind of the two biggest points.
What tariffs? Whatever you want to talk about.
Sure. So I guess on tariffs, I mean, do you think that it is a good thing that other countries have tariffs on the United States and that those are allowed to go unchecked?
Bro, by the way, it's like you look at I forget the just total averages. I remember roughly like the average that Europe puts on us, the EU puts on us, something like it's below 2%. It's similar for Japan. It's like 1.64%. These are not high numbers, and we obviously have. I don't know exactly if he'll bring up this point yet, but you know, we obviously have we have an understanding of why other countries would put tariffs up on us, even if they are not beneficial to the, you know, country imposing them. Because we have public choice theory, and we recognize that tariffs can have concentrated benefits and diffuse losses. So even if on the whole, the tariffs they put up on us are not beneficial to them, they might still have them up because powerful interests can lobby to maintain their concentrated benefits. Well, the cost of the tariff is so dispersed, it's like very low increase in prices for every consumer in the country that it can actually be like rational for consumers not to be aware or even lobby for the tariff to be removed, because the effort it would take to do that would just be more than the cost that the consumer pays every year.
I think that when it comes to the American consumer, you guys raise people's prices by putting tariffs in place.
I mean, that wasn't the question I asked.
I think that's the result of the policies that you push.
Okay, so would you agree that it is a bad thing that other countries have tariffs on the United States?
It depends.
I don't think. Well, okay. Well, I guess I don't think it's a good thing for our businesses that they have to be charged to export their industries to other countries. I think that is a
Does he not know who pays the tariff either?
better thing for American business to boom if we get other countries like we've seen in the UK and with EU trade agreements being negotiated out, so that we can.
Bro, all of these nice phase one concept of a deal trade agreements where we finally get U.S. beef able to export to the U.K. without as many restrictions. Yay, we did it! The American economy is finally going to take off.
Tariffs off of us, and that was the original
Did
point
the United
of the
Kingdom
tariffs.
take their tariffs off of us?
We had a new trade agreement that had them lower the tariffs on the United States.
Did they take them off?
They lowered them.
So let me ask you a question. What would be the purpose of enacting tariffs on a country like Canada?
On Canada, well, you want to protect certain industries, and Canada also has a lot of tariffs on the United States, and to get them to have a trade agreement with the United States.
Not really. I don't know what the effective average tariff rate is, but like usually the memes people cite, like with Canada, is like the dairy quotas, where it's like if Canada imports above some insane amount of fucking milk and cheese, then they put like a 200% tariff on it, but like they never even actually reach that amount. I think these numbers are totally fucked up by now. But the World Bank has, because I think they updated them. The country's new tariff numbers, which are fucked because a lot of them retaliated or whatever. Tariff weight applied, weight of mean, percent all products. So I was looking at all products. I think this is like you can look at, these are not particularly high numbers. What is Canada? 1.37. I don't think this is not on the U.S. specifically. I don't think this is just on like their total weighted average tariff rate. Oh wow! What the hell? Charsky caught lying. 0 results for sample text. This is for manufactured products. 0.76 for Canada. Yeah, okay, it's still 2022. Okay, so they're not updated, which is good. I don't think I don't have numbers for the U.S. specifically, but someone might have made that fucking index by now. But I imagine the rate that Canada puts on us is even lower than like the average because we have a trade agreement with them. Well, we still have it, I guess, but not only did we have the USMCA before, but we didn't. Previously we did not tariff all the goods that were not USMCA covered or whatever, but now we do. So I imagine Canada might have retaliated on some stuff.
On that, I don't think it's. I don't think it's. I don't think.
What was the United States Mexico Canada agreement?
Yeah, that wasn't in effect when Donald Trump took office.
Who negotiated the United States Mexico Canada agreement?
Look, I don't think it's not a good thing.
You wanted to.
It's not a good.
Do you know what it is?
It is not.
Do you know what it is? You don't know what it is, do you?
Yes, I do.
What is it? Explain it.
Yeah, it was a trade agreement between the United States that overturned the previous NAFTA agreement.
And so what did it do?
It established the parameters.
So who negotiated it?
It was Donald Trump.
So Donald Trump negotiated the USMCA.
Yeah, we need to
free trade agreement that was governing over the United States.
It wasn't free trade. We need to renegotiate these trade agreements.
What does NAFTA stand for?
North American Free Trade Agreement. That's what was before Donald Trump.
Like free trade.
Yeah, again, that was before. That wasn't the second Donald Trump.
And so then you.
I like this guy. I like where's the Isaiah dude live? Can I vote for him? I don't think I can.
Yes, it was. And so, first of all, the USMCA was effectively the same thing as NAFTA.
No,
and so what changed?
I mean, the trade parameters changed, but like I said, I don't think it's a good thing.
Name one.
What do you mean?
What changed?
I mean, for starters, lumber, the way that we trade lumber.
Oh, he lives in Houston. Yeah, damn.
With Canada changed.
How?
I don't know the actual intricacies of the USMCA, but
my understanding is like there were like some amount of like labor protections added, so it was like, oh, companies like have to, like when they outsource, like have to hire a plant in Mexico that like has some comparable wage or whatever to like some US stuff, or like it might have been to like prevailing wage in the area, and then most of the other shit was basically the same. Lexington comment as follows: employment promotion, salary recovery. What the fuck? Youth Building the Future program. Elimination of outsourcing, restoration of profit sharing rights, new labor model. And then I'm not sure what the exact other provisions that were changed were. It's pretty small from my understanding. What's up, Tesco Johnson? Welcome back. 350 streak achieved. Whoa. Oh, sorry. Oh, 3 stream streak. You got 350 channel points for it. Oh, it like increase. It's like there were like minor changes to like the amount of car parts required to ad time. Do I even have? Can I even run? I can't run ads right now, Tesco Johnson, unfortunately. The amount of like car parts required for something to count as a U.S. made good or whatever and be exempt from certain stuff. 75 from the previous 62.5%. And looks for property protections. Bans U.S. farmers access to Canadian dairy market. Not particularly meaningful.
I will say is I don't think it's a good thing.
So we have free trade with Canada.
I will run ads once I can, Tesco Johnson.
I don't think it's a good thing when countries.
So why did you go and put tariffs on a country that we had free trade with? What gets better than free?
Well, I guess with Canada, there's also the.
I mean, I didn't know that.
There's also the added part.
There's
also the added part with Canada that they were spreading propaganda into the United States, which isn't a good thing. That we have an ally spreading propaganda into the United States.
That's on a country that we had free trade with. What gets better than free?
Well, I guess with Canada, there's also the.
I mean, I didn't know that.
There's also the added part. There's
also
the added part with Canada that they were spreading propaganda into the United States, which isn't a good thing. That we have an ally spreading propaganda into the United States.
That has nothing to do with.
Yes, it is.
First of all, has Trump mentioned that ever, let alone actually negotiated anything to get rid of that? Second of all, what the fuck is he talking about?
I'm just asking you.
Tariffs are. I guess with Canada, there's also the.
I mean, I didn't know that.
There's also the added part.
There's
also the added part with Canada that they were spreading propaganda into the United States, which isn't a good thing. That we have an ally spreading propaganda into the United States.
That has nothing.
Canada's chilling, bro. Trump be mean to us for real.
Nothing to do with.
What's the propaganda they're spreading here?
Yes, it is.
I'm just asking you.
Tariffs are.
Why did you put tariffs on a country that we had free trade with? It was free.
Yeah, because they're pumping propaganda into the United States.
They were pumping propaganda into the United States. How?
What propaganda? The Reagan ad that made Trump shit? It might be that. Does that really count as propaganda?
What do you mean how?
How?
It's like during the World Series, Canada propaganda. The United.
Oh my God, he was talking. I was like, no way, he's talking really. The Reagan ad? Bro, how many people even saw that? It's like... No, it was Reagan's own words, slightly reordered. Yeah, I mean, it was like a, none of its fault. It was like, yeah, it was just a, it was like, hey, Reagan was pro-free trade, actually, or whatever. What? That's propaganda? This is our bar? I guess Trump has... I know Trump talked about the Reagan ad. Did Trump ever use that as a justification for tariffs? I see. Raised the tariffs in Canada 10% after Reagan ad during his World Series. This is the propaganda we're retaliating against? I thought it was going to be something a little bit more complex. Okay, you know, at least it wasn't just pulling some justification out of his ass like the other dude was. At least this is like technically a real thing. But really? U.S. is openly meeting with Alberta separatists if we want to talk about meddling. Well, yeah, I saw that.
United States. Of course, we're going to put tariffs on them for that. We
should showed a commercial of Ronald Reagan in his own words. So that means that
have other countries.
So wait a second.
So wait a second.
So you just made Americans pay more for everything that comes from Canada because they showed a commercial you didn't.
Also, like, to be clear, I think when the U.S. does this, it's probably good most of the time. But like, the U.S. has like a ton of like NED grants, right? National Endowment for Democracy grants that like we give to, you know, journalists to like change policy in the country they're in, right? Like a lot of times when people complain about the CIA coup in Ukraine and the Euromaidan stuff, right? Like they that's the thing they point to. They point to like the US did like give grants to like journalists who were like covering corruption in Ukraine, for example. Like it's not like we don't do like something broadly similar. What the March for Billionaires sample meetup? San Francisco, dude. I know you're memeing, but I'd say I could not get to San Francisco by February 7th. That would not be reasonable. But these billionaires are to steal for you. Their creative products, services, and experiences a million people really choose. Holy based. Dude, I want to go here though. I'm sure it's a totally grassroots movement. It better be. Or, you know, who cares if if billionaires are spending their money to like advocate for a good thing, which is a march for billionaires, like why the fuck would I okay, good. I hope it's not grassroots actually. Let's go. That'd be a goated IRL stream. Someone donate $500 for the plane ticket, $200 for the hotel room, $50 for food, and travel. I think all my stuff will get through the FAA. I wonder how much audio interface looks like a bomb to their scanners. One sec, let me buy the Bitcoin dip and I'll make the money back. Surely.
Mike, that sounds like being a snowflake, if you ask me.
Oh, I'm waiting for one of my whales, one of the Oilers, not one of the Oilers, Patrol, who invest a lot in silver. I'm waiting for him to come back and tell me some disappointing news. I don't actually, you know, maybe silver is done. Maybe it's rebounded a bit. I don't actually know how much it like crashed. It does not look like it has rebounded. Well, that's unfortunate.
We should be holding our allies accountable.
Why are
when they
conservatives so
countersignal the United States of America.
sensitive? This is what happens when you have conservative government. They're so sensitive. They're over here raising your prices because they had a commercial that you don't like.
Tariffs don't raise prices. There was just a study
What?
use Chicago that came out that tariffs actually don't raise the price.
You see Chicago, I think is he I don't know which one he's citing here. I thought he was going to cite the San Francisco Fed one. December 2025, University of Chicago study on tariff incidents. On one hand, shipping lags, exemptions, and enforcement gaps have kept the actual implemented rates at only half the statutory rates, moderating the tariff's impact. On the other hand, I don't know. So I don't think I'm familiar with this specific study, but based on the SAN fact check, it sounds like it's just saying what a lot of other studies say, which is that because the announced tariff rate is much higher than the effective tariff rate, prices have been not going up as much as the announced tariff rate, right? Not that the effective tariff rate doesn't increase prices. Pretty close to, at least for all U.S. importers, like 1-to-1, 96% of the effective rate. And then for final pass-through, probably roughly 20% or 24%. It's a most updated number for final pass-through to consumers. Is he talking about this? If so, I am familiar with this. Yeah, on the one hand, on the other hand, tariff pass-through to import prices is almost 100%. Like, what? Why did the sand fact check, by the way, cut off on the other hand? That, like, it seems like the literal, like, next sentence here would have also been important. Tariff pass-through to U.S. import prices is almost 100%. So the United States is bearing a large share of the cost. I have not read this whole thing, but I've seen it. I mean, the link was like purple when I clicked on it. I've seen this before.
Why would you go put tariffs on a country we had free FREE trade with?
I think that we
Oh, there we go. Wait, they continue
have a
that.
strategic advantage of having our lumber industry here in the United States. I don't want to be reliant upon Canada.
Lumber.
To go in.
Really? We can't rely on Canada for lumber? That's our most pressing national security concern, dog? Really? Canadian lumber? We're like gonna increase the price of like building anything, right? Like not even just building homes, but every fucking business and restaurant that's also built with lumber. Like we did increase the price of that because we can't rely on Canada, one of our closest allies, for lumber. Okay, like Chinese steel. Okay, I can at least understand conceptually why that could be an issue. But Canadian lumber, what are we doing?
And achieve that aim.
Yeah, it makes it more expensive for imports to come to the United States so that businesses can
So
relocate
now-
back to
Whoa! I thought it didn't raise prices. What?
So now, if your disagreement was tariffs on lumber, your answer now is for tariffs on everything.
Again, yeah, you want to establish leverage for future trade agreements. That's how trade agreements work. That's how
True. By the way, every single one of these trade agreements that we've gotten, at least to my knowledge, unless there's some I don't know about, leave up at least 10% tariffs on our side, right? Like when we get a deal, quote unquote deal, non-legally binding stage 1 of a deal, like with Vietnam, like that leaves up 10% tariffs on Vietnam, right? And every deal, like I think we have like 10% tariffs on the UK still, to my understanding.
how negotiations work.
And the leverage is to go and charge for something you are getting largely for free.
Again, because you want to have a strategic advantage of making it in the United States, obviously.
Free, and you've heard,
You
and you've heard,
can
and
expand
you've
free
and you've heard, and you've heard American businesses that does stuff with Canada as a result of that. The amount of trade that we've had for American companies that do business with Canada has decreased as a result of these policies. And now what's also happening is that Canada is now going all around the world to go look for other partners. It's why, for example, they're meeting with India, why they're meeting with the European Union. And when they go find these new partners, they're not going to want to go buy as much from the United States. So you know what these policies did because you guys were offended about a commercial? You sent our trade partners all the way around the world. You raised our prices as a result, and you screwed over American businesses. And that's not something that's good for the American people.
You're talking about Canada. We don't.
Pause. You've been voted out. Thank you.
Hello.
like
Bonnie.
your shirt.
Thank you. Is this Donald Trump on
I
it?
didn't see that part.
Okay.
I didn't see that part.
Okay. You know a tariff is a tax, right? And Democrats love to tax people. So all of a sudden.
You know what? At least, okay, we got the... At least she knows that much, okay? Goddamn. We've moved beyond the tariffs are paid by foreigners.
The Democrat in the room doesn't want to tax anybody.
Well,
Donald Trump.
I just want to make sure I correct this. A corporate tax is a tax on profits. A tariff is a tax on raw goods. It's why, for example, your tariff.
You know, I'll accept it. Okay, I'm chill. Okay, you know what? I'll accept it. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. You know what? Rhetorically, that's good. Okay. You know, I don't need my dad. Okay, I'm not gonna purity test him to such a point where I need him to be anti-corporate tax. Okay, I accept it. Okay, and he is broadly right. I think I'm trying to think. There like might be cases where there's more deadweight loss from a corporate income tax than there is a tariff, but like broadly he's correct. Yes, you know, we're taxing intermediate goods and inputs when we put tariffs on everything. The corporate tax is just gonna, you know, it's gonna decrease the after-tax return on any investment you do, which is still gonna reduce investment, but it's not going to tax the inputs and intermediate goods as you're buying them.
Tariffs are making things more expensive.
Thus, I mean, obviously doing that, taxing the goods themselves, intermediate goods, that is going to raise the price of the initial investment, whereas the corporate income tax is just going to lower the payoff to the investment after you're done with everything, right? Like those can have similar effects, but you know.
Okay, when you bought
You know
that,
how that works.
okay, you bought that watch.
Rolex?
that-
Is this a Rolex?
Whatever it is, the watch that you bought, there was a tax on
Rolex,
that. It wasn't a
Rolex,
corporate tax.
And Rolex,
This is tax.
and probably it's Apple Watch, but Apple had to pay corporate tax, which by the way, I want to raise that by the way for Apple, if you didn't know.
So you want
French.
to raise corporate taxes, yeah, but you don't want to raise tariffs. You don't want to
Because
talk about
tariff is a
tariffs.
tax
But
on
most
all
of the
goods,
tariffs,
not on
by the
profits.
way,
It's a big
most of the
difference.
tariffs are comparable tariffs. So whatever country is charging us
We have free
tariffs,
trade with Canada.
I don't know if that's true. It's hard for me to talk about some of these debates. I like to talk about more principle type of stuff. But
True. I mean, obviously, the reciprocal tariff formula, total meme, total bullshit, totally made up. They just divided the trade deficit by imports, and then had two variables that canceled each other out in the denominator. One of those variables, by the way, the elasticity of prices with respect to tariffs, they used the wrong elasticity there, because they used the elasticity of prices of final tariff pass-through prices, right? To tariffs. I phrase that weirdly. They use the elasticity of final consumer prices with regards to tariff rates, as opposed to what they, for the purpose of their formula, what they should be using was the elasticity of import prices with regards to tariffs. And final pass-through to consumers was only the 0.25 that they used, right? Which is 25%. Pass-through to U.S. importers was 0.9. You know, it's like 0.94 or something. It was very high, and if they had used the correct elasticity there, the most countries would have gotten the minimum tariff rate of 10%, as opposed to the insane 30%, 50%, 90 fucking percent that got put on a lot of these countries.
basically, Trump was trying to get comparable tariffs. So if a country was charging us 30% tariffs, we charge them.
So then he went. So he went to a country we had no tariffs with.
Also notice that like tariffs are a tax, but also now I'm going to speak as if we're charging them and they're charging us. Like, did we just memory hole the like they're a tax paid by U.S. consumers thing, or like what do we like? Huh?
And then added tariffs on them.
I'm not going to talk specifically about
because
Canada,
it doesn't make any sense.
But let me just say something
Mexico?
else. The other thing about the tariffs,
talk about that one?
the part about tariffs was that he wanted to encourage companies to build and
manufacturing activity. Yes, that we shift again. It was a negotiating tactic. Okay. It was, and now it's a we're gonna restore domestic manufacturing. She literally went from like. Oh shit! My chair fucking broke. That was awesome. She literally went from they're taxed, they're going to raise revenue, to they're going to be used as a negotiation tactic, you know, because we're charging countries what they're charging us, to now they're going to restore domestic manufacturing, even though like all three of those points are like in conflict. If you're restoring manufacturing, they're not going to collect much revenue because people are buying domestic goods instead of the tariff goods that, you know, collect revenue, right? If they are being used as a negotiation tactic, presumably they're not going to be around for long enough to actually collect revenue or to restore domestic manufacturing, right? Like all three of these points are in conflict, and we just jump between them, like one after another. Like, bro.
We actually don't really need to trade with that many countries. We have oil, resources, we have farmland. And the reason why I think farmers are going out of business is because corporate people and dark money is buying up their property and forcing little farmers out. We have become a corporized.
Wait, what is that even? Who cares even?
We have farmland. And the reason why I think farmers are going out of business is because corporate people and dark money.
Well, I guess she's bringing it up, I think, because of the Democrat guy mentioned it earlier, but like the thing you should care about is output, ideally, like actual output from farming. And like, if that goes up with this, then who the fuck cares?
Money is buying up their property and forcing little farmers out. We have become a corporized farming country. It's BlackRock for one. It's bad news. And that is preventing small farmers from.
I just want to make sure that I am not for these big wealthy corporations. I'm not one of those folks, right? So I agree that there's a lot of that's going on that needs to stop. That's why.
Cringe.
It also doesn't really make much sense that you guys got rid of the Consumer Protection Bureau that was literally there to go and crack down on a lot of these things. That's
nice rhetorically, though. Oh, this message got censored. I think it was 0.95, not 0.94. Stop spreading misinformation on fun. You're doing MAGA's bidding. My bad. Hold on. There was an AI piece. Trump's tariff formula. AI. Hold on. Fuck you, Sample. Fuck you, Sample. Sample spreading misinformation. Actually, you know what? It rounds to 0.95, but fuck you. It was 0.945. Okay, so it does round up to 0.95, but I think we could all understand that I was just dropping the last number. You know, I was not misinformation.
Happening in this country. You got rid of that stuff, so I don't think
Protection Bureau was probably very corrupt, like most of the government agencies,
something
which
that
is why
returns $26
Doge.
billion directly back to the taxpayers in this country. That's something that's inherently corrupt. Here's the problem: you guys put these tariffs on place, and now you raise people's prices. People's businesses are suffering as a result of these things that you guys have done.
Are prices going up or are prices going down? Gas is going down, eggs are going down, chicken is going down, like I said, rice and pasta is going down. I don't know why you think.
I don't know.
But we need a little bit of inflation.
I think the price of eggs has been going down. I don't know what the average price of gas. It probably depends on where you live with gas. The other stuff, I mean, we just looked at if you just look at food at home as a whole, like that is not going down. There's been no significant change in that trend. It's been like a slow trend upwards. It's gone like down in the 2 most recent months. But
Government wants like 2-3% inflation. That is the goal of government, is to have that
in
kind
this
of
country,
government.
my friend,
Number
whether you
two,
like it or not. And it's why people don't feel that great about the economy. It's why Republicans are losing everywhere across the country.
Why
And they
doesn't-
tell you, and when you ask them why they're losing, it's because they say that they don't like the way that Donald Trump has raised their prices. And ultimately, what's happening in this country is that your policies are making things more expensive for everybody in America.
Another reason why prices might be going up is because the value of the dollar is going down because they're printing so much. It's not that things are going.
okay. I understand what she's like. I obviously understand what she's saying, but the phrasing that it just triggered me. Like, what,
Why prices might be going up is because
country is that your policies are making things more expensive for everybody in America.
another reason why prices might be going up is because the value of the dollar is going down because they're printing.
like the reason, obviously the causality there. Well, I guess with expectations, phrasing might make sense, but like the reason. The whole way we track the value of the dollar is by price indexes, by looking at how much the price of stuff has gone up. It's not like people don't raise prices because the value of the dollar is falling. It's the raising of the prices that is the value of the dollar falling. Now, technically, I guess you might raise prices with regards to future expected inflation. That can be true, but the phrasing of that just triggered me. But it doesn't really matter.
So much. It's not that.
I would just point out though, most of the money printing that went on by the Federal Reserve happened under Trump, right? That was old Trump, not old Trump, but and money supply contracted for a decent period of time under Biden. What is this? Why Trump's tariff math is a joke? Oh, I didn't know. Oh, this is funny. Yeah, I didn't know he himself had op-ed on it. Oh, but you're saying it was their words. This represents a pass-through to import prices about 95%. Okay, fuck you. They're rounding up, okay. I think we can both understand that we are both basically right. Okay, let's come to a compromise. All right.
Things are going up.
We literally had a net. We
literally going down.
Pause. Thank you.
Okay.
Incredible. Okay, depending on what they debate, maybe I'll watch it.
I chose Dennis for the final debate because
My surrounding claim is that Democrats hate America. Prove me wrong.
Okay. I don't know if I care.
Yeah.
that's a very subjective.
Every You're part of this infrastructure. Let me finish my point. Yes, that's exactly what I just stated.
So Joe
let me
Manchin is a communist?
Let me just finish my point.
John Fetterman is a Marxist?
Let me finish my point. Well, he's associating himself with that. Yes,
So I guess not all
your party's.
John Fetterman? Really? Why do you hate America? Not fine? Because I'm a big Marxist and I really love John Fetterman. Okay.
Obama is the greatest president in history.
But Donald Trump had more drone
knowing that he
strikes.
killed more civilians.
But Donald Trump had more drone strikes, but you still think he's a good president, right?
I didn't say that I approve of drone strikes. I'm calling
So
out
it's
drone
almost
strikes.
like if you disagree with something, you can still support the politician overall. That's kind of how that works.
I'm literally calling out drone strikes. Do you understand how your cognitive dissonance is working?
You're trying to say that because I support Barack Obama, he's
What the fuck are we talking about here?
trying to make.
Hold on one second.
Democrats hate America.
You think Barack Obama was the greatest president when he unilaterally called the most amount of drone strikes abroad and killed the most innocent civilians in the history of the United States presidency?
I don't even think, like, one of the things Barack Obama did after, in fairness, he got a lot of, flack for those drone strikes he was doing, was he made the process and the data from like drone strikes like a lot more transparent. Like, the making sure the U.S. the executive branch had to report who they killed and why, and like how much collateral damage, right? There was one of the things Trump did was like roll that back. He made that a lot less transparent. What's up?
These people think that Obama had more drone strikes than Trump. Like, these people are crazy.
Wait, do we even know? Do we even know how many drone strikes Trump did?
We know in specific areas. Like, I was struggling to find like an overall drone strike number, but Airways, or Air Wars, I forget the name of the think tank, but I don't know if you can call them a think tank, but Airways or
I've seen the Air Wars stuff before.
Yeah, Air Wars, I think. Right, that makes more sense. They track drone strikes in specific regions. Syria, you have I think Somalia too. Yeah, you can see Trump like just did way more, and also, conflicts are not as prevalent in different presidencies. So like maybe Obama had more of a need to drone strike. Either way, these people are dumb and evil. They would support anything Trump does. This is evil. You see, this is why I cannot listen to Isaiah Martin say, "Oh, I want an infinity corporate tax," and get mad at him. These people want that too. These people want that too. Yeah, they're just socialists. They're just evil. It's in a real way. In a real way, it's true. I don't know, man. I don't know. What are your thoughts, Bones?
Why do you support Marxist President Barack Obama? Barack Hussein Obama.
Barack Hussein Obama. Very true. Very true.
My Muslim communist president.
Non-fun. You oppose Trump's socialism when he buys back stocks, but you supported TARP, right? Oh my God, that's the same. That's like the same thing.
Socialism for thee, but not for me.
Yeah, TARP. That's a temporary asset relief program, right? I think that.
Yep. That was a 2008 thing that they paid back, by the way. But yeah.
It was the same thing. It was exactly the same thing Trump's doing now, right? He's that's right. He's solving the Biden inflation by buying corporate stocks. Very true. Very true. Ooh.
And on the Obama drone strike thing, like the specific thing, I don't know if it was brought up, but like one of the executive orders that Obama put in, it outlined, hey, we're going to talk about the amount of civilian deaths that happen in these drone strikes. I'm going to tally them up. And Trump specifically removed it.
Yeah,
and, like,
Biden reduced the drone. That's another thing. No one gives any credit to Democrats. Partially, it's Democrats' fault for not taking credit for anything. But Biden basically fucking completely, like, almost reduced completely the drone strike. And no one gives a fuck.
It's because he's not talking about it, and like really, the Democrats are doing a lot of secret drone strikes. Clearly.
Oh, true. Well, this is why Biden was the one to reduce the transparency with the presidential drone strikes. So true.
Exactly.
So true. That's right. These people are evil, man. I don't know.
It's because Trump made the world so peaceful. Biden didn't need to do any drone strikes. It was just because Trump solved it all.
Very true.
Okay, Trump's last drone strike, that was the last one we needed to do.
This is very true. I agree with that. This is why they
Sleepy Joe
striking Iran. I'm certain.
Sleepy Joe was too busy eating ice cream to do drone strikes.
This is factual. This is factual information. Okay, I gotta go. I just joined the shitpost, but yeah.
Base.
Yeah, same here. It was peace.
Agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
I don't agree with that, and that's exactly what I just said. Is that people?
But you just said he was the greatest president.
Excuse me.
No, diversity of thought is killing innocent civilians.
I hate to break it.
What? How is that diversity of thought?
I hate to break it to you, but Donald Trump also had an increase of drone strikes more than what was happening under Barack Obama. So you might want to go check your numbers, because if that's the marking of whether or not someone is a good president.
Oh, he did mention it. Obama authorized 500 drone operations in its 2 terms. In terms of the increase, it was multiple times higher than under George W. Bush.
Your guy literally went and had more drone strikes.
Guess what?
I bet you.
Bureau for Investigative Journalism lists 2,243 drone strikes in Trump's first 2 years in office. The Bureau counted 1,800 in Obama's 8 years in office. Oh my God.
You're still going to go to Mar-a-Lago and beg for his support, aren't you?
I didn't just sit here and say that Barack Obama is the greatest president in history.
But Donald Trump had more drone
knowing that
strikes.
he killed more civilians.
But Donald Trump had more drone strikes, but you still think he's a good president, right?
I didn't say that I approve of drone strikes. I'm calling
So it's
them drone
almost
strikes.
like if you disagree with something, you can still support the politician overall. That's
okay.
You just made my point. Oh my God. Yeah, you
what
did.
I said was that you're trying to say that because of I support Barack Obama, that has to mean that I support everything.
Negative net worth of $45,000. She's worth $60 million now.
I'm not here to talk about
AOC just went on a Stop the Oligarchy tour, spent $50,000 on luxury hotels and Bad Bunny concerts. How is that loving America?
Wow.
I just want to make sure that something's clear.
Wait. First of all, I have no clue if the luxury hotel part is true. I don't really. Yeah, I wouldn't give a fuck if it was, but I'm sure. I bet Isaiah will bring some of it up, but like the same person we're complaining about, we're complaining about that when like Trump buys a fucking China's ballroom. When Trump has there's I haven't looked deeply into it, but right, there are allegations during Trump's first term of him of charging like the Secret Service for staying at like his own resort, right? Like bro, the Qatari jet situation, like the Bad Bunny concert, like presumably that's because she thinks having Bad Bunny will make her message heard by more people. Like that's the point. Presumably.
Spent $50,000 on luxury hotels and Bad Bunny concerts. How is that loving America?
Wait a second. You're trying to say that someone increasing their net worth.
Americans, when you're there to serve, is inherent over.
How much?
How much what?
How much has his net worth increased since he's been president in 2025?
Well, you tell me.
$3.3 billion.
He also had to spend. He also had to spend $600 million. He also had to spend $600 million on these lawsuits. That you guys, these frivolous lawsuits that you guys are bringing up.
Has made more money off the.
He's been an independent.
Bro.
His entire life. He still owns golf courses. His son Eric. His son Eric still runs golf courses.
So if your own logic is that making money in public office is indicative of someone who hates America, I would say the guy who's made more than anybody else in the history of America probably hates America, right?
This is an absolutely false equivalence.
That's not how that works, did it?
This is an absolutely false
equivalence. That
equivalence.
didn't work out well for you.
This is a false equivalence.
Your campaign is going to be struggling after
today.
Now he's going to IRS and pay himself another $10 billion. Yeah, he's gonna did he he's doing the DOJ too, right? I don't know if that's been dismissed or if that has been settled or gotten anywhere. We'll see.
Sure, I'm going to be fine. Okay. Do you have a problem with Congress people enriching themselves off of insider trading?
I believe that we should ban insider trading 100%, and I support John Ossoff.
So are you going to call out? By the way, the people in your party?
Here's the situation. You just made an argument that making money in public.
I remember this, but I don't remember where this went. It's all the more recent IRS stuff. Like, how more corrupt can you get? Goddamn! Well, he's suing them to pay for the corruption that they did against him, Jessica Johnson. Don't you know?
Office is something that is inherently.
It's because he loves America. He wants the Department of Justice to never be corrupt again.
Indicative of someone who hates America. You're literally cheerleading and dressing like the man who's made more money off the president. How about
name
this?
One person?
How about I don't know his name directly.
Exactly. Boom.
I don't know.
Thank you. You don't know what the hell you're talking about, dude. The lawsuit that triggered the gerrymandering in Texas that was brought on by Joe Biden. The gerrymandering earned his passion.
Okay, true. Okay, I don't know how much of the other stuff I care about that much. Are we interested in talking to the Martin person and this person? So I'll try to reach out to them. If they're there, or if they're both listed in the description. This dude looks like James Fishback. Who the fuck is this dude?
So, oh yeah, absolutely. No, the U.S. government overwhelmingly, especially for the past, probably 3 generations of Americans, it's overwhelmingly been a force for global evil. Really, it's an evil empire.
It's really interesting to me.
Rook. Okay, let's go around. If there's anything particularly interesting, I'll watch some of it.
I came here with a piece of data. You completely rewrote it in real time.
No, I gave you the facts.
You completely rewrote it.
How can a guy be so confident in something and be so wrong?
I think we paused.
Near them can't be pro-police. And so if you deport the people who aren't criminals themselves, but who exist as a category.
Now, I probably find agreement with you that people who want to do it the right way, there should be less bureaucracy. There should be people who want to contribute to the American dream, who are here in good faith. We want open border policy where
That's not what I asked you. Called it was a big housing initiative that they had. It led to rents declining for the first.
Americans
How so?
$80,000, $100,000. I think it goes from 1 to 2,000.
What happened to the tax rate?
It went down.
It did?
Yeah, for 80% of Americans.
The tax rate?
Increase.
What's happening is something that they call.
That's
not true. For
what
example,
federal housing policy?
Like for example, in the city of Austin, they use federal funds, for example, to do something that they called. It was a big housing initiative that they had. It led to rents declining for the first time in a long time, housing prices declining for the first time in a long time. That was because they put pro-housing policies.
Yeah,
It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing in Minnesota. What's happening in America is that more cities are coming around to understand that the more housing that you build, the lower that leads for regular people. That's what's happening. Because if you look at, for example,
guys, abundance pill. Let's go. Thanks for the follow-up misinformation, police. Appreciate it.
Well, the rate of increase, the way that it stabilized and the way that it starts to go down, it follows a trend of more cities adopting pro-housing policies to build housing all across America. And that's a fact.
No, I mean, sure, we need, like I said, I agree that we need to increase the supply of housing. But let's also go back to my point on how much American citizens are subsidizing illegal immigrants. Do you think it's a good thing that the average American is subsidizing $1,000 a year out of their taxpayer money to fund illegal immigrants?
What I don't think is a good idea is the fact that we're paying way more for that for billionaires to go sip on pina coladas on private jets.
I mean, 80% of Americans had their taxes cut by
That's what's happening in America right now.
Do you agree that, yes, 80% of Americans, essay and fact check, 80% of Americans had their taxes cut by the One Big Beautiful Bill for middle class.
So I don't think that's looking at the net effect, right? That's looking at, like, obviously it decreases tax rates for most people, but it also decreases their Medicaid benefits, which can make the net effect negative, especially if you add in the tariffs on top of that, which are a regressive tax as well. And that's not what most people do when they talk about this stuff or whatever. They say it's a bigger tax break for the billionaires than it is for regular people, which the distributional estimates that I've seen for the Big Beautiful Bill say as much. One Beautiful Bill Act in 2005 made existing taxes permanent for 62% of American taxpayers. 91% of taxpayers did see tax relief due to expanded standard deduction and expanded child tax credits, according to a congressional report. Whoa. This is the CBO estimate. I don't think this is including the tariffs even. This is just looking at Medicaid cuts plus the tax cuts. It's like, negative for the lowest people. High for top 10% of people. This is an annual change in resources per household. Which I'm assuming by resources they mean after tax and transfer income. You can see federal and state in-kind transfers. Like this is like Medicaid and food stamps which are being cut by the Big Beautiful Bill, and they're estimating that is going to be a lot more negative for the lowest people than the benefits of lower tax rates. Oh, this is after taxes and transfers, household resources again.
Americans.
How so?
$80,000, $100,000. I think it was around 1 to 2,000.
What happened to the tax rate?
It went down.
It did?
Yeah, for 80% of Americans.
The tax rate?
Yeah.
Tax rate
yes,
didn't go down.
Yes, it did.
Tax rate didn't.
Essay and fact check right here. 80%.
The tax rate?
Yes, the effective tax rate for
the
Americans.
effective tax rate.
Yeah, the tax rate for Americans went down. Do you disagree with that?
Well, because that's not what happened. What happened was maybe an increase for the standard deduction and some other things. But a lot of those policies, and I just want to make sure this is very clear.
I'm surprised he understands the point there. The difference between the effective tax rate and the statutory tax rate that Big Beautiful Bill just extended, and then it's expanding the child tax credit and standard deduction that actually decreased the effective tax rate. My goat, he's like long pilled. Let's go.
The policies for regular people and the tax cuts that were in the Big Beautiful Ripoff Bill, per se, for those that make less than $200,000 a year, were supported by a lot of Democrats. Democrats supported these ideas. Nobody supported raising income taxes for folks that made less than $400,000 a year. Nobody.
I do.
Exactly. You know why? Because what we don't support is the fact that the richest corporations in America are getting away with paying little to nothing in taxes. What we know is that with the 21% corporate tax rate that we have, it's too low.
Okay, so perfect. I want to establish. You want to raise the corporate tax rate. You want to tax unrealized gains. You want to do all these things.
Did I say that?
I mean, I'm asking you because that's what Kamala Harris said.
I think that for those people that make more than $1 billion a year, they should pay a property tax style tax on their wealth. That is what's
okay. Well, you talk about corporate taxes.
No. Why? No.
because that's what Kamala Harris ran on. She ran on raising the corporate taxes and raising the effective gains tax. Can you at least acknowledge that that is just economically suicidal for our country and would result in businesses slashing
Suicidal is a little harsh.
You know what the top corporate tax rate was in the 1990s when Bill Clinton had the largest speech?
No. Why'd I go back and watch this part? No, he's doing to me. No, you just understood effective tax rates. He just understood effective tax rates, and now he's going to cite statutory tax rates when the effective rate was still lower. No.
American company record, 35%.
Okay.
Higher than what it was now. You know what the effective corporate tax rate?
2017
You know?
Oh wait, is he speaking in effective rates?
Slashing jobs and leaving our countries in droves.
You know what the top corporate tax rate was in the 1990s when Bill Clinton had the largest peace time expansion of the American company record? 35%.
He just says tax rates there, but then he says effective.
You know what the effective corporate tax rate? You know what the effective corporate tax rate was when Barack Obama had 74 straight months of job growth in America? Do you know when that was?
I know that I know that when we slashed the corporate tax rates in 2017, that we had job growth under Donald Trump.
Do you know what it was?
What was it?
It was 35%.
Okay.
So in these massive periods of time in which we've had so much job growth in this country, millions.
Also, causal inference is my passion, but business rarely paid a statutory rate, instead of joining a number of deductions and loopholes to make the effective rate lower. Yeah, this is talking about the Barack Obama's term, but not about the Clinton term.
Tens of millions of jobs created in this country. We had a 35% corporate tax rate.
And then when we cut it again, there was even more job growth under the first Trump term.
Obama in 2012 proposed an economic reform plan that would have lowered the statutory rate to 28%, but closed a number of loopholes. The proposal went nowhere in Congress. Yeah, okay, well. I mean, like, I do think corporate tax cuts can have a positive impact on employment and jobs and growth. I'm not sure the effect is that big, but there's reasons to think that. I think you should just have stronger justification than saying, well, when we cut the corporate tax rate under Trump, we saw, historic job growth or whatever, because we likely would have seen historic job growth regardless of whether Trump cut the corporate tax or not. That's probably not the deciding factor there. I think you should say, it seems like we have evidence on the firm level in Germany that corporate tax cuts or corporate taxes do decrease employment, and we have evidence from cross-country comparisons, or I don't think the cross-country comparisons are actually that good, but we have evidence in other cases where it's depending on how mobile capital is, the more mobile capital is, the more likely it is that the incidence of the corporate tax rate is going to fall on workers and consumers than it is shareholders. If you want to tax shareholders, you should just tax shareholders. I don't think it's particularly good to tax shareholders, but you could just do a dividend tax. You could just do unrealized gains tax would be probably worse in my opinion, but tax the rich, kill the poor, the middle class will thrive, Drew.
That's not what happened. The rate of job growth literally declined right after that. We just continued on a trend and then it literally smoothed a little bit. That's kind of what happened.
No, we had record job growth under President Trump from 2017 up until the start of COVID.
That's just simply not true. Because what happened?
You're just wrong.
Because you can say that I am all you want.
Record job growth is not that precise of a term to me. We did have, my impression is that we had a good labor market under Trump's first term. It was, kind of if you look at the unemployment rate, it bottomed out at 3.5%. But I don't think that much of that was due to Trump's actual policy. I think that's mostly due to just the market slowly recovering from the 2008 financial crisis and the Federal Reserve's actions as well.
Because the reality is that under Donald Trump, the second the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was signed, we were on a period of job growth for a very long time, but the rate of increase started to smooth out a little bit. Because here's the reality, is that we saw that job growth in this country can continue with a top corporate tax rate of 35%.
What's up, Ezel Slot?
And all I'm saying here today is that when you go and you cut these big taxes for these big corporations, what happens to the deficit? It goes up. It goes up
because we need to spend less.
You are borrowing against our children's future. That's
right, because we need to spend less. Then why didn't your president spend less?
What happens to the deficit? It goes up. It goes up
because we need to spend less.
You are borrowing against our children's future. That's why you saw an emergence of $1 trillion deficits when Donald Trump signed that bill.
Well, that's mainly because of COVID, having to spend during COVID.
No,
I agree that we have a spending problem.
Even if you look at the Committee for Responsible Budgets report, which is a nonpartisan committee of non-COVID related debt approved into this country, about $4.5 trillion approved under Donald Trump compared to about $2.4 trillion.
Okay, so then let me ask this: then what do we full bill? Do you agree with the facts are requirements for Medicaid?
I haven't actually found a very good direct comparison of the 10-year debt approved with and without COVID expenditures, counting or not counting COVID expenditure, by president. There are the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. Their report is probably the best, but there are they do, I think, just kind of take some of the spending projections or whatever at face value when it's it seems like the that does underestimate like the cost of the IRA and certain things. I haven't seen a particularly good comparison, but that's probably that is, to be fair, the best one I've seen. And it does show Trump approved more debt than Biden did, both with and without COVID spending.
Facts is that when you go and you pass a piece of legislation like that, it adds more debt that all of us eventually have to pay, and it leverages our children's future.
Pause. We're out of time. Thanks so much.
Wow. Okay. Trump prioritizes wealthy. This is gonna trigger me. Explain the CBO cost grading right now. Stare. Hold on. What? The cost grading, does that have to do with the? I remember there's a bunch. There's the funny accounting tricks they did with the Big Beautiful Bill, where this might not be cost grading. This might be referred to as something else. But like, they decided to grade the bill, like the Big Beautiful Bill, for example, on the current policy baseline, or sorry, I think it's like current policy versus current law or whatever. Like if you grade it like on the current like policy baseline, that's just saying like look at what tax rates are now and look at how much the bill like increases spending or increases deficit relative to that. Whereas current law is looking at what the law is now, which has the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act expiring, and the tax rates going up, and it's evaluating how much the bill increases the deficit relative to the current law. I don't know if that is cost grading. That might be cost grading, or there might be something else the CBO does that I don't remember exactly, which is the cost grading stuff. See 32% flip in Texas seat? Yeah. Do you think there's any confident indication for midterms as a whole? I wouldn't be that confident, but I think it's a reason to be excited. Like, again, we talked about this earlier, but I'm guessing the highest propensity voters are the ones like voting on that. And like, I do think, you should take that as like, oh, it does seem like a lot of people are upset about the Trump administration, and you should take that as a reason to think that Democrats are going to do decent in the midterms. But I don't know like how well it's going to predict the midterms. ISIS our BLM of 2026? Is it? First page summarizes CBO's estimate that the bill affects a major component of the federal budget. Yeah, I don't know exactly what you mean by cost grading, Darko. Like, I don't know the exact specifics of it. I remember there being a funny accounting trick they did with the Big Beautiful Bill with regards to the current law versus current policy stuff, but that's it.
I mean, the main
as in a crazy popular thing that gets everyone to vote him. Oh, maybe, yeah, hopefully.
Argument is that look at all the things that Trump promised. He promised that he would make us not pay taxes. He promised us that we would have gas prices national average less than $2 a gallon. And he promised that he would cut our energy bills in half within a year. It's a year. We don't have any of that. Our energy bills are up 11%. Meanwhile, we see the wealthiest 1% of Americans getting about $1 trillion worth of tax cuts with a big rip-off bill. I would say that's very clear that he's more focused on the wealthiest people in our country.
I think that the argument that I would make, and I think it's a structural one, is that we've got, for the last 30 years, globalism has dulled our strategic thinking. And if we want real change, it's not going to happen. Not in a year. It's going to be a strong break, and that's just beginning.
But he said
what we've seen, and I think that's part of the issue with a lot of Democrats, is a hyperfixation on consumers, on the products. But what we've lost is labor, and I think you, as a Democrat, should understand this.
I didn't know that it was a bad thing to be concerned about prices.
Under Joe Biden,
I didn't know
we
that was
had
a bad
a 50 to 60% increase of border crossings. The illegal immigrant population.
How are we already at border crossings? How do we already?
This Jubilee, but I think it almost doubled. It's like 10 million people came.
10 million. That's encounters. Yeah, there's roughly 10 million encounters, which is not crossings. A lot of those people are like double counted. A lot of those people got turned around, right? But
into this country, that affects working class Americans. Democrats don't care about this policy. The reality is that Democrats will be, oh, tariffs are a tax on consumers. But what do you say about the workers in America that have lost their jobs?
True. I mean, Democrats appeal to the jobs rhetoric and even like the manufacturing jobs rhetoric more than I would even like, okay? Like Biden talked a lot about the jobs from the IRA and the CHIPS Act and stuff, right? Like that was part of his justification for, selling it. And it's like, yeah, I think the CHIPS Act is good, to be clear. I just don't think, like, if your concern is like national security stuff for restricting trade, the jobs should not matter that much. You just focus on the output and actually getting what you want. There's not, how many times I need to go on the same rate? There's not particularly good evidence that trade even led to the decline in the manufacturing share of employment. All the countries follow a pretty similar trend with regards to that. It's even declining in China, the manufacturing share of employment. There's no reason to intrinsically favor manufacturing jobs over service sector jobs, and there's a lot of good reason to believe that free trade leads to net job increases, even if it leads to some job increases in a certain sector, because it means consumers have more money to spend on other places. It means that other countries have US dollars that they can now spend on exports, and it helps the export industry, and yada, 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 yada.
Millions and millions of jobs that have left this country. If you think this is going to change in a year, then you're wrong. We need policy that's brave and courageous, and that's what we're seeing with Trump.
First off, the unemployment rate is higher since Trump has taken office.
The unemployment rate
I don't really know what you're talking
this
about.
last quarter, we had a 4% increase.
I think that we should
inflation,
stay focused
inflation
on the fact
increased
that
much more
I
than
did
the last
not
year's
know
Biden administration.
that it was controversial.
When Trump got elected the first time and the economy went up, you guys said, oh, it's because he's benefiting from the Obama economy. But now that it's the first year and the economy is starting to lift up, you guys
starting to lift up?
You guys don't say the same
Isn't
thing.
inflation going up? What are you talking about?
Do you remember Joe Biden's presidency? What do you think happens when the government expands and continues to spend? Let's millions of illegal immigrants in and does nothing. If you want to lower inflation and at the same time bring back jobs, you need to do two things.
I don't think your friends think you're doing
domestic deregulation, while at the same time fighting the externalization of labor. We've let our country kill its.
What?
Give a
if you want to lower inflation and at the same time bring back jobs, you need to do two things.
I don't think your friends think you're doing
domestic deregulation, while at the same time.
I mean, you can discuss the net effects of that, but like, I can see obviously how that would lead to more jobs and potentially lower costs.
Fighting the externalization of labor. We've left our country.
Fighting the externalization of labor. There's no good reason to believe that would bring net jobs back, because that obviously has a lot of other effects that I just talked about that would increase net jobs.
Country domestic.
And obviously the cost aspect, the whole reason it's externalized is presumably because it's lower cost, right?
Regulation, while the same.
At least lower cost when considering the opportunity cost. Joe Biden had a recession non-fund, but the system changed the definition. This is true. Changed the definition of recession so he could get away with it. This is true. Yeah, that's obviously I think you know it's Tesco Johnson, but that's not true. And about domestic deregulation will unlock manufacturing. Let them all use robots to make stuff. Elevator. This is true.
Time fighting the externalization of labor. We've let our country kill itself, and we don't want to do that no longer. If it's going to take some discomfort, I welcome it, and I think many Americans welcome it. What we're not going to do, and what the Trump administration is not going to do, that Democrats did, is ignore the American people. Yes, popular sentiment right now, they're not comfortable with the economy, but they have not been comfortable with the economy in the last 30 years.
Because you've been talking for a solid 3.5 minutes.
Do you think the economy has worked under Biden or under Obama?
Here's what we were talking about. I'm going to remind you about the prompt. The idea in front of us is that it was not me that put these expectations on Donald Trump. Trump said it himself. He said that he would cut our energy bills in half by a year. He said that he could just go walk into the Oval Office and get it done. And what's happened
we're exporting more LNG now than ever before. It's beginning.
It's right.
beginning.
11% up is a lot different.
The why didn't Trump say that a year in it'll be beginning, and not in a year in I'll have accomplished this?
Right. And 50% down, like what he originally promised.
Why don't you like
Trump's not delivering.
Why don't you like about our current energy policy?
Why is it that you cannot?
The Democrats are the ones that constrain energy. The Democrats are the ones that constrain.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Incredible. Maybe I'll try to talk to him too, but hopefully it wouldn't be that. You did.
I like it
initially,
I will say
at least.
Oh,
You back?
she's quick.
Hello. I just kind of want to piggyback off some of the things I feel like my last friend was trying to get to. So, and you said Trump set the expectation for himself. And so what I feel like a lot of people do on the left is they hear Trump and they hear it through the lens of, I already hate him, I already want him to fail. So already you're coming at it from a very counterproductive perspective. The way, because I've watched every Trump rally because I had to.
Really?
Absolutely, because I used to hate him. But what I found out was the reasons why I hated him was because of how things were cut up and presented to me for so many years. So I had to take it upon myself to go back. I had a lot of time in COVID to go back, watch every rally. A lot of it was hilarious, but it really gave me a full.
The manufacturing chart is just a Joey. What the fuck is this? U.S. steel production increases. Chart wasn't big enough, so I fixed it. Oh wait, yeah. Is it just the axis is like incredibly small? Yeah. It makes the 1% increase appear much larger than it actually is. Crazy.
Better understanding of, oh, he was really saying this, right? So, because I used to be on the left, absolutely. How I see we're going to do it within a year is the policies are going to activate. We're going to have clear policies and we're going to make moves within the first year. Now, if you're being honest with yourself and you're being genuine, good things take time. Change takes time. We're not going to fix everything that fell apart in 1 year. We're not going to see the results by December. To me, that it would just be disingenuous to say that you believe that anybody could do that, especially since of how we've suffered post-COVID. The globe suffered post-COVID. We have a lot to fix. So what I saw was him saying, hey, we're going to do these things, policy, we're going to have the strategy, the things set in place within the first year. Hence all the manufacturing deals. We have absolutely, NVIDIA, we have
the manufacturing deals, they're not even trade deals anymore. They're specifically manufacturing deal. Getting US beef into the UK. That's a manufacturing deal. We did it. Manufacturing revitalized, guys. Let's go. So
much money coming into this country to build plants. All that's going to take time.
True.
All of that
to build plant. The money, I don't know the money collected by tariffs is not going to building manufacturing plants.
Absolutely. NVIDIA, we have so much money coming into this country to build plants. All that's going to take time. And all of that's going to help the working class. Because let me tell you something. I'm also still the working class. I'm college educated. I know they said MAGA wasn't college educated or black, but I am. And let me tell you, but I'm also still working class. I also still drive Uber, drive Lyft. I clean a yoga studio. And let me tell you, like, usually those jobs go to, and no offense, but
Trump has promised to build the following: plant and beef in the UK.
Let me start. So first off, I acknowledge that you work hard, right? That is a lot of work, and I want to salute you for that. But the reality is that a lot of people in this country listen to Trump rallies, and they heard him say specific things, and that's what informed him that's what informed them to go and make the decision to vote for him. The reality is that when you make promises, you're going to be graded on whether or not you keep them. And the reality is that he promised that he would cut our energy bills in half. That has not happened. It hasn't even remotely.
Have you seen on Twitter all the people
wait a second.
about the gas?
Have you seen it on Twitter?
They're not low here.
Let's go.
Hold up.
Yeah.
The energy bills are up 11%. That is a fact.
But
the national average for gasoline in this country is literally almost the exact same as what it was a year ago.
I know, but
it's about 5 cents less.
But even if you compare it by state, I feel like a lot of Democratic ran states are suffering.
It's an average.
Okay, but that includes all the Democratic states.
How's an average
all with huge populations.
How's an average calculated?
You calculate everybody together and then you divide it.
So were Democratic states included in the average last year?
Absolutely.
So they are included this year.
Okay.
So why are you mentioning this is some new phenomenon?
Okay, what I'm saying
Blue states were in there last year as they are this
year.
God. And this year, gas prices are, if you compare it between this week and this week last year,
no, but
it's
they're
only
lower
5
than last
cents
year.
lower.
But they're
and
lower
it was
than
Trump
last
that
year.
promised that he would have these gas prices.
But the prices are lower than
2
last year. Dude, there are so many people thanking Trump right now on TikTok. Just look for it. I know you don't want to look for it and you don't want to see the truth, but just look for it. It's so many people taking pictures of the gas prices in Texas and Louisiana going, dang, I ain't seen gas. It's $1.
Fuck your averages. I got TikTok photos.
$1.19. I done seen that so many times on TikTok, bro. I promise to goodness, all you gotta do is go look for it, baby.
You can look at the average.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You can look at the average.
Numbers, but I'm telling you, real people.
Because facts are over feelings. That's how things work.
It's reality.
Facts don't care about feelings. That's how it goes.
It's reality.
And the reality is that the national average for gas is literally only 5 cents lower than what it was a year ago. And Trump said,
so it's lower. So it got it lower.
Trump said that he was going to have it less than $2 a gallon.
It's going to keep dropping.
Is that lower than $2 a gallon?
But it's lower. There's progress.
So you're going to celebrate 5 cents?
Yeah, I'm going to celebrate anything that's lower. Yes, and it's going to keep going. I'm not in my ego, bro.
Says who?
You're coming at this in your ego.
In my ego because I'm looking at the facts?
No, I'm coming at this as an American who wants to see everybody prosper and succeed.
So here's what's not prospering in this country. The fact that people are seeing real wage growth in this country, literally half of what it was last year. The people in this country that are literally watching.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know what he's looking at for that. I'm pretty sure it's like a little bit lower. If you're just looking at hourly wages. You're looking at the Atlanta Fed wage tracker earlier, and that's what that shows, but I don't think that's... I don't know where you're getting that from.
Are you talking about unemployment?
What?
Are you talking about unemployment?
Do you know what real wage growth is?
Absolutely.
What is it?
But I'm saying, okay, wage growth as in how much we're making as Americans. Like if the money we take home is growing.
Inflation?
That's what you mean. Yeah.
growth.
Right.
How they make that determination.
Right.
And if you look at that number with everything together,
Yes.
it's half of what it was last year.
Okay. But I'm saying there are so many different.
I don't know for sure if that's true. If I just look up median production and non-supervisory employee weekly compensation, average weekly earnings, production and non-supervisory employees, total private. This is just nominal. Percent change from a year ago. Like inflation's only gone down, so I could add in. Hold on, there should be. Isn't there a real? There should be a real compensation thing on Fred. I mean, I guess it's divided, I guess. But
Factors that contribute to that.
CPIs are up.
Absolutely.
People cannot afford to live.
Wait, do I have to do the Can I just add in CPI? Do percent change from a year ago and subtract it? Or do I have to do the index and then divide it?
But literally, this was last year. This has been happening since the pandemic.
You had a president
this
that ran for office saying that all he had to do was to get in office and he would fix every problem in America. And the reality is that hasn't happened.
Now you're coming back to we want the magic wand.
You guys ran on having a magic wand.
You guys, I didn't run nothing. Like, what are you talking about? You're
I thought that's what we were talking about.
Like, literally, there's no
Pause.
magic
You've
wand.
been voted out by the majority. Please take your seat. Thank you.
Also, gas prices have been going down since 2022. Yeah, but you're not considering. Does this consider the TikTok price, the TikTok price index, the TikTok picture price index, the TPI, TPI, I guess.
Sorry, guys.
Hi, how's it going?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to see you.
I just wanted to piggyback on something that was said before about like the average of gas prices. So I know about this pretty well. So I'm from Washington State, and we had something called the Climate Commitment Act done by our Democrat-run state, which actually raised our gas prices since last year.
Okay. Well, I mean, this was filmed in December, which actually it's like 0.9 versus December 2024. Like, what was it there? .8. I don't really know. Like, it'd be hard to know what exactly you're talking about. Is it just month over month? If you're talking, or well, year over year by month. Like I don't know if he's. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know if he's talking about total, like wage growth for the whole year. I don't know if he's talking median or average. I don't know if he's talking reduction in supervisory employees or all employees or all private employees or
So when you talk about the average only going down that much, it has gone down in a lot of other places in the country, but it's actually gone up in several blue states. So that's probably why you're seeing the average not go down by as much. So a lot of blue states live in insulated bubbles where they're not even getting the effects of some of the benefits of Trump's policies like deregulation for energy.
Did blue states have gas taxes last year?
No, it was a new. Well, what we had is the CCA was introduced from 2022. The people tried to repeal it through an initiative. We gathered almost 2.4 million signatures, and it was declined by the.
Did blue states have gas taxes last year?
I can speak to my blue.
Okay. I don't know much about. Do I care about the rest of this?
What, like Oklahoma is a carbon tax.
Just go down. Why? Because Trump thought that they were.
And beef prices are near all-time highs.
So okay.
So we can play this.
Wait, what is this about?
Thank you.
Hey man, I'm gonna be honest. Everything you set up here sounds really disingenuous and one-sided. Where were you when Joe Biden's inflation raised to 9%? Where were you when Joe Biden's gas prices were $8 and $9? Where were you when the middle class was forced to stay inside and was forced to shut their businesses and the richer got richer and the poor got poorer? That was the real disparity there.
Bro, there was like, I think income inequality decreased during COVID. There was a lot of wage compression. I don't know for sure about wealth inequality. It wouldn't surprise me if wealth inequality increased during COVID, but there was a lot of wage compression during COVID. Where like you saw like the top 10% of workers' wages, grow more slowly than the bottom 10% of workers' wages.
And now you're sitting here complaining 9-10 months into a presidency about how he hasn't done what he's promised.
$8 gas cinema,
the worst economy that's ever existed.
2.7% was the inflation rate denied the presidential election. Is that the worst the economy that you've ever seen?
What do you mean 2. Say it again?
On the night of the presidential election, the inflation rate in this country was 2.7%.
So is that just take away the fact that it got to 9% in 2021 and 2022? What's your point?
First off, I'm not here to defend everything under Joe Biden.
No,
but what I am here to say is that when inflation was high, that was a result.
You can just tell him I was there. Yeah, fuck your average. I was there. Oh wait, shit. Oh wait, who rated on YouTube? Food Chops, I'm guessing, probably. Yeah. Oh, I appreciate it.
Of the pandemic, and he brought that down to 2.7%. So you
In
inherited,
the last year.
you inherited an economy.
So 3
where
years was
inflation
absolutely
substantially lower, and as a result, you guys ran a whole campaign saying that you were going to reduce it lower than the 2.7%. That did not happen.
But it's happening. In fact,
is it? Is inflation going down?
Well, actually, what's crazy is the
inflation going down?
The Fed chair Jerome Powell just said that we've taken in more.
Oh my God.
Money.
Is inflation going down?
Let me finish my comment. Has said that Jerome Powell said that the tariffs have brought in so much money
Is inflation
that we're
going
actually
down?
in a surplus. It will.
Source? I'm not sure. I'm not aware of Jerome Powell commenting on that. The only thing I think, the one thing he could be referring to here is that in 1 month, I think in June, we had a budget surplus for that month, partially because of the tariffs. I'm not even sure if Jerome Powell commented on that ever. He could have. That's the only thing I think he could be thinking of, and like even that is not like, who gives a fuck? It's like, yeah, no one, like, tariffs do raise some amount of revenue, but it's not super uncommon to have a surplus for 1 month in June, because that's also when we get like other tax receipts in. Like I think we had another one back in like 2009, a budget surplus in a month of June. And like there's just better, more effective ways to raise revenue than tariffs. And also, revenue is not the only goal Trump has stated for tariffs. And in fact, the revenue goal is in conflict with all the other goals that he has stated for tariffs. June surplus. Why did the inflation happen during Biden's term? What happened in 2020? I wonder, yeah. Why is the protest are more white men and ICE has more blacks than Mexicans? Grammar's a little weird there. But it's because white woman luxury belief liberal. Am I right? Am I right? Yeah, I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure Jerome Powell commented on that budget surplus. I have no clue what else he could be referencing, though.
Inflation is going down?
It's
Does
not.
anybody think that their grocery prices are going down?
Actually,
Really, that happened in 1973.
they just go down. Why? Because
It's 1971, Darko, isn't it?
Trump thought that they were.
And beef
gouging
prices are near
consumers.
all-time highs.
So okay,
So we can play this
so you're
game of
picking and
one.
choosing.
That's why
So
you
what
gotta
I'm
look at an
asking is,
average. That's how that
you ran
works.
for Congress, but you didn't.
Look it up, nerd. I don't think Google's going to have a cohesive answer to. Are you talking about looking up your question to why there are more white women in protests and ICE has more Mexicans and black? Which I don't even know. I don't even know how true that is. Now, I do think that, like, I don't know, it probably is the case that, like, a lot of, like, white women lean liberal, of course, and they're more likely to go to protests than, like, I don't know, like a working black family or something. But I don't know the composition of ICE. But you'd also probably have to control for. I bet, like, ICE generally just hires, like, more people of lower socioeconomic status, right? So it could be, like, proportional as a percentage of the lower socioeconomic status of people they hire, right? Like, it could, like, that obviously a potential explanation. And then I would imagine the people going to ICE protests are probably disproportionately higher socioeconomic status, right? So it could all be proportional once the controlling for. I'm just gonna say SOE, right? SOES.
Speak out when Joe Biden destroyed this country, and now you're here 9 months into a presidency. Oh no! Come on, man.
Because
This all
inflation
seems
was 2.7%.
disingenuous.
What are you talking about?
It seems totally.
It's just SES, right?
You went from
They're up.
$3.40 to $10, and you said nothing, and that's
Inflation is
ridiculous.
up.
And now you're complaining that Donald Trump can't magically flip the.
So I'm lower because I'm Mexican. That is exactly what I said, Fern Katu. Yes, you got it exactly. That's true. That is what I said. That is an accurate characterization of my beliefs. Everyone clip that.
The switch.
He made the promise. Don't make promises you can't keep.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying is disingenuous.
Duh, they hire people who know how those people get it. That's true.
You haven't even waited a year yet.
He said that he was going to do this quickly. He said on day one he was going to start lowering
Democrats and Republicans.
Oh, to bed, remember to eat your veggies and for stuff by Jessica Johnson. You're racist, not confirmed racist. Oh no. Oh shit. Oh shit, oh no. Yeah, you caught me. You caught me, Fern. I'm a racist.
You realize things take time.
You made the promise and said that it was going to happen in less than a year.
Everybody makes promises, my man. Let's be
Oh, okay.
No, you're not. Again, this is why I think you're disingenuous. You're laughing at me. Did you win your Congress?
Brother, we're talking
you ran for
about the
Congress?
fact that inflation.
No, I'm saying maybe you didn't win because you're disingenuous.
And now we have inflation that's going up.
Okay.
I don't think
So gas prices nationally are beneath $3 a gallon, lower than they've been in years. And you're sitting here picking and choosing. Again, you're complaining that it's 5 cents lower. And going back to my man's point right here, Gavin.
You're not complaining that it's 5 cents lower. He's just saying, he's pointing out Trump has not lived up to his insane promise. And they don't actually engage with that ever. They say everyone makes promises.
Newsom also introduced a new tax this year that raised prices again. So when you have Democrats that are counterintuitive to the success of this nation, they're destroying it, not Republicans. In fact,
I'm also racist. I believe in racism super cool.
Judge that sued Donald Trump.
So why are we not seeing similar increases or decreases, for example, in Texas? Texas hasn't seen.
Texas just got under $3. I think people are talking about it right now.
It was less than $3 last year, the state average.
Bro, hold on. Next subathon, bro. I need to get with the new setup. I need to get a fucking Lightning McQueen bed, okay, for me to sleep on stream in the race car bed for the subathon, okay? Just copy Ludwig. Except my subathons are base because they're for the shrimp.
Average less than $3 last year. Would love to see the Jubilee fact check on that.
And I will be correct.
Okay, I hope so. I hope.
Oh no, the Jubilee fact check just say price of gas in Texas averaged $2.74 a gallon in 2025, according to U.S. Energy Information. Blah blah blah. The agency listed prices slightly lower in the first few weeks of January in 2026, averaging 2.35. Whoa.
I hope you're right, but the national average is below. It's 5 cents below what it was. We're in a good.
You said it was going to be less than $2. That's what Trump.
No, I didn't say it.
Well, that's what Trump said.
Okay, let's get there. But it's really counterintuitive when you have Newsom, the guy from Washington, adding taxes on top of the gas to keep it high. It's almost like they're doing it on purpose to make sure prices don't come down.
Oh, they're intentional.
Oh, so you get it now.
So I don't know for sure the intention of Newsom doing the gas tax, but he might be correct in that California is trying to be woke and environmentally friendly, and part of the gas tax can be to discourage driving by keeping gas prices higher. Like that's just a kind of how a standard externality tax works, right? Like the point of a carbon tax is to make carbon more expensive so you emit less carbon. The point of a cigarette tax is to make cigarettes more expensive so people buy less cigarettes, right? So, but I don't know if I look up Newsom, first of all, this guy could be totally lying. I don't think he is, but it also would not surprise me that much if he's just totally lying. But if I look up Newsom gas tax. Oh, this increase is part of an annual adjustment enacted by the legislature in 2010. Okay, wow. Okay, so he basically is lying. Let's go. It's not even it's just an annual increase that happens every year? Legislatively mandated in a voter-approved gas tax increase of 1.6 cents and updated fuel standards that could, according to experts, translate to 5 to 8 cents. Haha, yes, I'm stupid. Please tell me how I'm stupid. Did I even ever call you stupid, Fern? Just do voter fraud, bro. Go to your nearest Dem representative and tell him I want to do that based. So I don't even think it's not a specific thing approved by Gavin Newsom. It's just they do an annual adjustment. It looks like, wow, incredible.
Intentionally raising prices?
Absolutely.
Oh, this is hilarious.
Why is this hilarious?
What's hilarious to me is watch anybody think about intentionally raising prices when your central
policy
is tariffs. Nothing raises prices like tariffs. The argument was that Trump is raising people's prices.
No,
it's a fact. You can say it for whatever reason you want,
argument
but
is
he's still
not
raising
looking out
prices.
for the middle class. You just changed your argument. He is looking out for the middle class. Hopefully tariffs bring jobs back here and brings back manufacturing.
Why is the unemployment rate going up? Why is manufacturing activity going down?
Well, let's see. The unemployment's going up because we had to fire a bunch of people that were sitting in government because Joe Biden made.
Oh, it's a negligible part of the unemployment rate. The overall unemployment rate, by the way. I'm Mexican. I'm aware, Fern. Kevin Awesome? Come on, that's not a real name. I think you can plausibly argue that the unemployment rate has more to do with firms generally like overhiring during COVID, and therefore the hiring rate is falling, which means that once people lose their jobs, it just takes longer for them to find a new job, which means that unemployment rate goes up. That's what the unemployment rate kind of actually represents. But also another plausible reason is it's the added cost and uncertainty from tariffs.
Government jobs go astronomically out of control, and then he paid ridiculous salaries.
That's not even really. It's not. I have numbers on this somewhere. Sorry, I haven't heard this specific meme. Okay. In a few months, but federal job growth was not like particularly high under Biden. If you just look at like the percent of federal employees as a percent of all employers, or as a percent of private employees, like it's been roughly 3% with no dramatic increase under Biden for quite a long time. A lot of the jobs that were government jobs under Biden were like state and local jobs, which are not even really under Biden's control. This is all like outdated by now, but yeah, I mean, it's all employees, government over all employees, total non-farm. Not like, I mean, it's a big spike because of the census and because of the unemployment falling as well, obviously. But like, it fell pretty soon after. It's just private sector prime age employment. Does Fred have a series for that? I don't know if Fred has a series for that, or if you have to use some data to make that yourself.
That's why you're like, oh, the wages went down. Actually, wage growth hasn't gone up in 50 years. The median salary in this country hasn't gone up in 50 years. In fact,
me when I lie. I mean, it's not true. If the Democrat concedes that, I'm gonna blow my brains out. But he's not like presenting any specific graph or data to support his argument. So just broadly, when people make a claim like that, they're usually citing a methodology which is not including increased non-wage compensation, using CPI, which probably overstates inflation, or not adjusting for household size, or doing any number of random methodological errors that get you to that answer. But actually, even if you just look at hourly wages divided by CPI, which again doesn't include non-wage benefits like 401k and healthcare, which has gone up in recent years, or and CPI again is probably, it's the highest estimate of inflation, probably overstates inflation, especially historically. You know, that still gets you to like the highest wage that we've ever had right now. It's not much higher than it was in 1970, but it is still the highest wage we've ever had as of 2025 is right now, you know.
In fact, if it did, minimum wage should have been well over $20 10 years ago.
Will you support raising the minimum wage?
No, I won't.
Okay, pause.
Do you care about wage growth?
No, that's not what we're discussing. But, hey,
incredible.
My next surrounding claim is that Doge was a complete and total failure. You're pretty quick, Philip.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor and pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Has been told me that is the best source. This is true.
Yes, so the claim being that Doge was a complete and total failure, I have difficulty imagining that that's true because, and I am coming at this as an anti-statist. I'm a very strong proprietarian, believe in private property rights. But I will say I read all these stories, and I expect they're at least somewhat accurate, that the U.S. State Department was running global programs all over the world for, all kinds of absurdity.
Hold on, this guy looks too much like James Fishback for it to be a coincidence, okay? Hold on. Wait, Philip. Fishback. Are they related? It must just be a coincidence. That's unfortunate. Does this guy not look like James Fishback though?
Thank you so much for
like,
having me. Yes.
If James Fishback like had a even more retarded son.
Doge was a complete and total failure. I have difficulty imagining that that's true because, and I am coming at this as an anti-statist. I'm a very strong proprietarian, believe in private property rights. But I will say I read all these stories, and I expect they're at least somewhat accurate, that the U.S. State Department was running global programs all over the world for, all kinds of absurdities, like they were promoting transgenderism in places like Nigeria where the people clearly don't want it. Conservative. They don't agree with this stuff. They're promoting. Well, they were doing it through like education programs, primarily targeted at younger university students because they're trying to take hold of
the United States government was funding
the State Department. Yes. Like
programs,
like gender ideology education programs. They were trying to
ideology.
teach. Yeah, they're trying to teach people in the third world stuff that came out of the Princeton
faculty lounges like there's 74 genders and things
So
of that.
and this is worth killing 700 or like 600,000 people so far. We just really need to get rid of the Nigeria trans surgeries, guys. Oh, I should read the Stan fact check stuff because I bet this story is not even fucking true. Like most of them aren't. Joe Biden signed a memo entitled "Advance of Human Rights of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer around the world. The United States should pursue an end to violence and discrimination." Job posting for an escort position in the Nigeria 2024 Consulate General. Applicants were told that the U.S. mission in Nigeria supports diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, and that all genders are welcome to apply. That's it.
Stuff that came out of the Princeton faculty lounges, like there's 74 genders and things of
So
that
there's
nature.
so there's a class that's funded by the United States State Department.
Oh, in Pakistan,
teaches
in
like a
Afghanistan,
74
in Nigeria. Yeah, these deeply conservative cultures that the Ivy League educated people that run the U.S. State Department, they want to convert it into an Ivy League faculty lounge. That's what they want to do. So, they spread all this cultural Marxist, propaganda all over the world. And they try to, the core goal of it, the end goal is to undermine the family. Is to undermine traditional family and traditional faith. That's their goal. So they want to do that in places that are very conservative and family oriented, like Nigeria. And, well, I mean, Pakistan might be family oriented in the wrong way.
Why do you think that if this is...
Well, no, he knows about the Pakistan inbreeding statistics.
Why do you think that they would want to do that?
Well, because the end goal is to undermine the family and to undermine traditional faith. Because if they make it so that the younger...
So the United States government was trying to undermine...
Absolutely. Oh, the United States government, historically, like I would say for at least, since at least the beginning of the Cold War, if not even, before that, they've been some of the chief promoters of cultural Marxism and, policies designed to undermine traditional faith and traditional family throughout the world. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, the U.S. government overwhelmingly, especially for the past, probably 3 generations of Americans, it's overwhelmingly been a force for global evil. Really, it's an evil empire.
That's really interesting to me because the last time I checked, I think the Doge was created to cut spending in the United States.
Yes.
And what has happened, depending on who you ask, $7 billion, $2 billion, somewhere between there is that number.
It's a drop in the bucket.
Do you know what that total percentage of that is the United States budget?
Oh, it wouldn't surprise me if it's below 2%.
Like 0.1%.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's great. And also, they have to spend... It probably, considering the cuts to the IRS, which is going to reduce tax collection, tax enforcement, and the fact that a lot of people are going to have to be rehired. Some people have already had to be rehired. We have to retrain people. It might not even on net save money. It might actually cost money on net. And that's to say nothing of the sort of broader threat to the Constitution, the unitary executive theory stuff that Doge is also, posing. Like,
from a fiscal standpoint, it was certainly a failure. But what I'm saying is, from a culture war standpoint, I think there were some
when it comes
successes.
to cutting spending for Americans in our country.
Right.
So they lied about the entire purpose of the agency. I don't disagree. I think Doge was always kind of meant to be more of like a purge the wokeness, purge the people who might oppose Trump from the executive branch, and also maybe get a few court rulings that are favorable towards Trump's ability to fire people without permission from Congress and stuff, or without cause that the legislation typically says they need. I don't entirely disagree with that, but one, that's not what Doge's stated purpose for. It was, and two, that's all kind of bad. That's kind of big, guys. Unitary executive theory, I think it's kind of bad and cringe. Okay, and I think sometimes, just sometimes, the government is does sometimes good things, like saving millions of lives with USAID, and it's bad when the president unilaterally cuts 83% of the spending from that. You don't speak for me. Never claimed to.
It was a complete and total failure.
Close to a total failure. Yeah, when it comes to actually cutting spending.
I guess then we would agree.
On the fiscal level, yes, not necessarily on the culture.
I'm glad we could agree.
Or not necessarily on the broader philosophical.
Because what also happened as a result of this was spending. The Trump administration went and pushed even further wasteful spending. Like, for example, the $1 billion that they're about to spend or currently spending to rename the Department of War. I would say that's a pretty wasteful group of spending.
Yeah, I would say it probably is.
$1 billion to retrofit a plane from Qatar.
Yeah,
That's pretty wasteful, if you ask me.
Republicans are very wasteful spenders too. They certainly are. There's no question.
I think we agree.
We effectively, and you might even agree with this too, to a great extent, we have a uniparty in this country. The only real separation between Republicans and Democrats is really on the culture war issues, and this is where Noam Chomsky was correct. He said that we've reached a situation in America where the major parties have no choice but to run on culture war issues because economic.
The fucking anti-establishment brain rot, bro. That we got the ultimate anti-woke libertarian. What do you say? Anti-statist private property dude Citing Noam Chomsky, because Noam Chomsky is also anti-establishment, leftist, retard. Actually, both parties are controlled by corporate interest. Oh my god. Shouldn't he like that they're controlled by corporate interest? What are we even doing here? Aren't you, or shouldn't everything be controlled by corporate interest? Isn't that a good thing for you? Don't you like the corporate interest? He knows he can't win on the fiscal level. I think he's just dumb.
Economically, to a great degree, that they're indistinguishable.
Well, what is true is that we see these mass increases to the deficit and then, for example, the national debt when Republicans take office, largely because they blow a donut hole in the deficit by giving tax cuts to the richest people in America. I think that that's something.
You're a right boy.
Anti-state, so I don't think that anybody should pay taxes because I don't think that there should be taxes, and I don't think there should be a state that has to be funded by taxes.
You don't think there should be any taxes?
No, I think that society should be governed by voluntary private associations designed to protect private property.
Did you fly here to Los Angeles?
No, I'm from around here. If you can believe it. So yeah,
Interesting.
Yeah.
Did you drive here?
I got driven here.
You got driven here on what?
Yes,
On roads, right?
Oh yeah, no, I've only recognized that there's public amenities all around us, and that in some way
In
or
order
other.
for you to drive here, it takes what? It takes funding to keep the roads.
Well, yes, but I've been forced to pay taxes to fund the construction and maintenance of those roads.
The money has to come.
Oh no.
Yes, it'll come from. Yeah. Okay, thank you,
Come
sir.
from
Yes, it's an honor and
theft.
pleasure. Thank you.
I'm a slave to the Biden regime. Wait, bro can't even drive. Apparently not.
Good to see you.
So I know Gavin Newsom is the leader for the Democratic Party right now. That's who's going to be the nominee most likely, and everyone's super excited about him. But guess what? I live in California, where spending is out of control, and the fact that nobody wants to even look into fraud and everyone is burning down Teslas when Elon Musk was trying to came in with good intentions is shocking to me. Gavin Newsom cannot find right now $24 billion that he spent on the homeless when actually they increased the homeless.
I bet that's a total meme as well. Not that he can't find it, he just doesn't know where it was spent. In April 2024 audit found that California spent $24 billion over the previous 5 years to combat homelessness. The audit found state agencies had significant differences in tracking where the money was spent. Wow. Also, I don't know how much California spends, but I know technically they're supposed to have a balanced budget, right? They're like, a lot of state constitutions say that the budget has to be balanced or mostly balanced, and I believe California is one of them, and that California has a mostly balanced budget. Maybe I'm wrong. Is California budget balance? This is Google Gemini. Roughly balanced by the Legislative Analysis Office. Maybe not most public entities forecast future deficits and routinely work to manage those deficits, permanent actions, separate actions, and accounting tools for the June 2026 budget for 2026 to 2027. Will be balanced pursuant to constitutional requirements. Okay, yeah. Deficits for 2027 to 2028. I'm tired, I can't read. And 2029. Okay, but we'll be checking at that time.
Now by 20% because all they do is just keep building housing and hiring developers. These two developers now have been indicted because they've been spending all their money on Coachella tickets and Birkin bags, private.
First of all, base, but second of all, I'm not sure. I wish California was spending all that money on building houses. I don't even think that's true. I'm pretty sure they're spending money on more wasteful things than building more housing.
Jets, vacations, you name it.
Well, last time I checked, I'm not really here to debate the record.
Embezzled more than $2.2 million to afford real estate, sports cars, travel on private jets based, and VIP passes to Coachella. Let's go. I don't know why liberals don't press U.S. conservatives who sweep for conservative family structure in Asia and Africa. We'll press them on what? Half these motherfuckers, like the people who want like traditional family values or whatever, they're okay with human being like a lot of them like substantially poorer. Like if you say like, oh, a woman shouldn't work or whatever, or if they say that and you point out like, hey, that would just make us like substantially like worse off economically. Like they're all okay with that. And then like I don't know, you know, they just bite whatever bullets you make them bite.
On Gavin Newsom and what happens in California. I'm here to
because half of them are based on like some like religious fundamentalist thing. And like you can make them, I think it's good to like make them bipolar because that like rhetorically or like makes them look bad to the audience oftentimes. But yeah,
about Doge and what has happened in the federal government. And as a result of these policies, you've cut maybe 0.1% of the federal budget. Meanwhile, you've just gone and spent everything else. You now have, for example, like I said, $1 billion to rename the Department of War. You now have, for example, the fact that they're spending money, about $12 billion for farm subsidies because the tariffs were just that bad. So it's all a wash. So I don't really understand.
Nobody let him
how
do
is
his
it,
job,
how is it,
honestly.
how is it that
Nobody
you
let-
guys are actually cutting spending?
So he said that Elon said that it was somewhat successful, and the only reason he wouldn't do it again is because everyone burnt down his Teslas and tried to destroy his
I have a
business
question for you.
that he started.
I
100
have a
to $200 billion in zombie payments is what he said.
I have a question.
Yes.
Did you get your $2,000 Doge check?
100
I have a
to
question.
$200 billion in zombie payments is what he said.
I'm pretty sure that was a total another one of those Elon Musk, total lie memes. Was that what he called the Social Security payments or whatever? Okay, I have no clue what the fuck he means by zombie payments. I'm kind of guessing that has to do with like the stuff that he supposedly found with like Social Security payments being sent to dead people. I don't know. Actually, he just says 100 billion, maybe 200 billion dollars worth of zombie payments per year. What the fuck does he mean by that? We stopped a lot of funding that was really just made up nonsense. But
I have a question.
Yes.
Did you get your $2,000 Doge check?
From the tariffs?
From Doge?
He shouldn't even why would we even concede it? Like she just fucking the zombie thing just seems made up.
Which and tried to destroy his
I have a
business
question for you.
that he started. 100
I have
to
a question.
$200 billion in zombie payments is what he said.
I have a question.
Yes.
Did you?
He's first of all, I don't even know what zombie payments mean. Second of all, it's obviously just total bullshit. Like, what's the source for the $200 billion number? He's lied about how much money Doge has saved before, and then when he was caught lying about it, they like changed the Doge website to make sure that you couldn't actually see the contracts they canceled anymore. So it's like call her out over that.
Did you get your $2,000 Doge check?
From the tariffs?
From Doge, as a
Which
result of all the
$2,000
spending that was supposed to happen. There was supposed to be a $2,000 Doge check. Did you get that?
No, but they haven't said anything about
Have they introduced something for that?
Who said that they were
Have
supposed
they?
to do that?
That's
I
what
know
Elon
we're supposed
said
to be
in
getting.
I thought they did say
No, but they haven't.
that. Yeah, the Doge dividend. I don't know if they ever said how much it was going to be, but I remember fucking James Fishback talking about it.
Said anything about
Have they introduced something for that?
Who said that they were
Have
supposed
they?
to do that?
That's
I know
what
we're
Elon
supposed
said.
to be
He said that
getting.
we'd be getting a check in the mail.
But no, you guys went into this not letting him do what he came there to do.
So you control
Why
the
would
House,
anyone want
the Senate,
fraud to be
and
continued?
the White
If it's
House.
happened when
You
I
control
brought it
literally-
up.
Hey, true.
Yeah, because
three,
it's happening in
and
this
you
government.
still
Why is it
couldn't
happening
get
over
it
there?
done?
What do you mean?
You control the House,
Mhm.
the Senate,
Mhm.
and the White House.
Okay.
And you still couldn't get it done?
How could anyone work like that? Honestly,
Having
you
all
guys
three?
did not let the guy.
Having
do
the
anything.
House, the
He's a-
Senate.
How do we stop? Who stopped him, motherfucker? He got like pretty favorable court rulings for a lot of the Doge shit. Even like.
And the White House
villainized him
You control it
24/7.
all.
It's
You control it all.
Oh wait. Oh, she means the burning down. Yeah. So it was the burning down the Teslas. Okay. It was the violent riots. Okay. Elon saw his fucking Cybertruck get burned, and he was like, I just can't do anything anymore. My bad, guys. Okay, let's go. Incredible.
And you
so
still
what?
couldn't get it done with your people.
You guys were doxing him and calling this guy big balls and going crazy about every single thing with Doge.
Calling this guy Big Balls. That's it. He named himself that, did he not? That was his name. Why is fraud bad? Typically, fraud is bad because it means there's less money going to the people who actually, in case of like welfare, need it. That's his name, bro. Yeah, that was his name. That was like his online name.
Doge was literally vilified, but we were allowed to be audited by the IRS when Biden hired 80,000 IRS agents, the random regular people.
Let me ask you a question.
Who is we? Is we like the meme she's referring to is like the Biden hiring IRS agents was going to audit people, but like you're always allowed to be audited by the IRS. Like it wasn't like new people are allowed to be audited by the IRS. It was just that Biden like hired more IRS agents, which would theoretically allow them to increase their like audit capacity. I don't believe it was ever going to. It was not like targeted towards middle class people, from my understanding. It was just, I think it was just taking IRS audit levels closer to their historical levels, but it wasn't even like fully to their typical levels. I did IRS audits.
I'm sorry, but if there's people doing fraud in the government, you don't want to know about it?
How does a bill become a law? Do you know?
Goes through Congress.
And so then what? It has to go through both chambers of Congress.
Okay.
It has to go to the president.
Yes, and then
who has a majority in the Senate?
We do.
Who has a majority in the House?
We do. But what does that have to do with Doge?
Who's in the White House? What party's in the White House?
The Republicans.
So it's almost like you can do anything you want. They managed to pass tax cuts for the richest people in America, but they didn't manage to go get the checks that they promised the American people.
When did they promise?
So it's almost like
they're not even
that just
done yet.
didn't happen.
But they're not even done yet. Honestly, the same way Trump got into office and everyone said, price of eggs, price of eggs. Within 2 days in office, when the bird flu was around for 3 years before, and no one said boo.
Because here's what's so interesting.
So nothing.
About
this, I remember reading this article. The 87,000 figure refers to May 2021 estimate from the Treasury Department of the total number of employees, not just auditors, the IRS proposes to hire over the next 10 years, with funding requested by Mr. Biden. And while IRS plans to conduct more audits, wealthy Americans and businesses will bear the brunt of that scrutiny, not, as Republicans have suggested, working families. Isaiah ran too early, should have waited for 2026. Yeah, I wasn't familiar with him before this video, and I still don't know much about his actual history.
conservatives.
Yes.
Is that you run on all of these different things, and then the second you don't do them, you expect that people will not hold you accountable.
Nobody's saying that. No,
and the reality,
I didn't. Where did I say that?
Is that you walked around and cut 0.1% of the federal budget. Then you spent over that with wasteful spending, like for example, the $500 billion that Kristi Noem is spending for a new private jet to retrofit another Qatari Air Force One. You can say,
but can we agree on something? Why? But can we agree on something? Is it okay to vilify Doge and Elon and all this stuff? Why wouldn't you want to know from the get-go? Everyone went crazy about Doge and all that. Why wouldn't you want to know if there's fraud? I know if my entire state, we don't know where the money's going. Our sidewalks are broken.
I don't think Doge was ever going to focus on state level stuff. I don't think Doge was ever planning on going after Gavin Newsom.
Potholes everywhere. All the homeless are trashing the street. Graffiti everywhere. I don't know where my taxes are going here. I live here.
Well, then,
and he's your model. He's going to be the running for president. That's your model, right? Not Kamala.
I mean, look,
that's your model.
I think
so I don't understand why wouldn't you care?
Folks in California.
I do.
But ultimately,
I do, and I get nowhere with them.
I'm here to talk about Doge. And the reality is,
why?
There wasn't any fraud. Well, obviously Doge did not, and I mean, as I kind of tried to point it out, not find any substantial fraud.
Want Doge to start?
They just continually lied about like finding fraud in Social Security, for example, when like we know from the Office of Inspector General, it's like they were just totally lying about the amount of Social Security fraud that they supposedly found.
Did you want Doge to start?
I support government efficiency. Actually, I do. I think that
did you condemn the burning of the Teslas and all that?
Let's talk about this. I believe that government needs to be more efficient. I think that everybody, Barack Obama was somebody that supported a lot of that.
Yeah.
But that's not what you did.
Why?
You added more bureaucracy across the board. You then meant to go and spend more money than you allegedly cut. You lied about the money that you were cutting before you got called out before NPR.
What's up, Max?
I wish you guys held the Biden.
You fired Elon Musk. You fired him.
I wish you held.
You literally told Elon to go home.
Inflation
You literally
was
sent
transitory.
Elon to go home.
Elon had to go home because no one let the guy. He wanted to destroy his. Okay, you guys don't let.
No one let him do anything. The Cybertruck burnings really stopped him, bro.
Do anything. Literally.
You control the House, the Senate, and the White House.
But that's irrelevant. Oh, so we can go back to immigration then. Because
that's irrelevant, really?
You guys passed laws on immigration after 4 years of Biden when they told us
they
told us he was healthy.
You literally
and
did not go and do what you promised. You didn't.
But we're not done yet.
You fired Elon. He's gone.
Done. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And Doge wasn't even. Didn't Doge's authority window, whatever the fuck, run out? They could only operate for a certain number of days, right? I think it's over by now.
What's up, man? Scotty.
Right.
Nice to meet you.
Scotty.
Yeah, so
Scotty Pippen.
Yep, come on now. Honestly, I kind of want to start off like, why was Doge even on this? Honestly, when we all saw the prompts, I went, what the heck? Why nobody talks about Doge anymore, right? I think we both can agree, right, that I do think Trump shouldn't be spending those things on the Department of War, right? Shouldn't be spending all that money, right? But Democrats did the exact same thing. And when you look at Doge, the core of it was good. We're trying to get rid of government spending. That was the whole point, right? And so when you look at your prompt, can you say your prompt again one more time for me?
Doge was a complete and total failure.
Complete and total failure. Now, can I look at you and say Doge was a complete success? No, I can't.
Oh no, I think they still have some time left, technically, but apparently they're more or less disbanded anyways. The border Republicans shut down, yep. But I had all the spending for the judges. Evil, wasteful spending. It's not wasteful spending when we increase ISIS budget to like $85 billion or whatever the fuck it is.
I can't, right? But your rhetoric when you say that prompt, right, is totally misguiding for us, right? What are we supposed to say to that, right? And now you did say, right, it said, what was it, 0.1% that we're saved in. I don't exactly know the number that they had said or anything, but we're supposed to cut government spending, right? Did any government spending get cut? You said it. Did any government funding get cut?
No, because you then spent more than what you cut.
0.1%.
You cut. You cut 0.1%, then you went and bought private jets, you retrofitted another Air Force One, you renamed the Department of War. So it's
true, but we can't say if Doge was claiming they initially, like the initial outlandish claim was we're going to cut $2 trillion in spending, and then like even if they save, I think like the upper estimate that is close to remotely reasonable is like maybe $100 billion, maybe, probably, almost certainly not even that much, like that. Like, we can't say they're a failure still. Really? Oh, Food Shops Radio was up north. Having a while ago.
almost like that's a wash. And I remind you, the national debt is set to increase this year by $2.3 trillion. Okay. So what
happens under Democrats, though?
$500 million jet, that's like paper money right there.
So that's what I'm saying. So the peanuts on the budget that you cut is literally already been absorbed by other things. If you made $50,000, this would be the equivalent of celebrating a $50 situation. I mean, so look, let's talk about what's happening in this country. Is that you guys ran on cutting $2 trillion. Then it turned to $200 billion. That's nowhere close to being reality. So that whole situation was a failure. If we're talking about Doge as itself, it didn't happen.
It did happen, right? We had Elon. What do you mean it didn't happen? It did happen, right?
Deliver on what you promised.
Exactly. No, I can agree with you, right? Did we cut $2 trillion?
No,
we didn't.
Did you cut $200 billion?
But Trump tried, right? He ran.
He
saw
failed.
how bad Biden was at the government spending, right? And he ran
failed.
there,
He
right?
tried and he failed.
I don't think it's necessarily a failure, right? When you try, like, does Trump have to be perfect in everything that he does?
He didn't even get to.
No, he doesn't have to be actually perfect, right? But it's the whole point of him going there trying to cut government spending from the start.
Government spending increased. The government's spending more money than they did last year. That's according to the Treasury.
Well, okay, break that.
How many times is I think gonna have to repeat himself before this guy says anything meaningful, bro?
Down there. Okay, no, but break that down, right? In terms of why though? But why is the government spending going up?
I mean, I'm just telling you, because if the whole idea was to go cut spending in the United States federal budget, that did not happen. It didn't happen. You're spending more.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to like say though, right?
I want you to just say.
What? You have evidence against me? I don't know what you want me to say.
I just want you to say
from the beginning. It's just dumb.
And that can be your argument all you want.
And all of us, none of us.
That can be your argument all you want. That doesn't change the fact that Doge was a complete and total failure. And you're here to make and the reality is that it failed.
Right? We wanted to cut government spending, right?
Wait a second.
Wanted to.
Wait a second.
We wanted to. But we really wanted to.
Tried to do it. So I guess you want a participation trophy, don't you?
Okay, so did Biden cut?
You want a participation
Biden cut
trophy?
Government spending.
That's
fine.
funny.
Obama cut government spending.
You want a
did
cookie?
Bush cut government spending?
What was the deficit?
That's the problem. Republicans want less government control. That's the whole difference between you. Democrats want bigger government control.
In 2016,
True. Trump, who does not want any more government control. Trump's, really libertarian brain, doesn't want to, take stock ownership of companies like Intel and mining companies. Certainly, doesn't want to have any amount of more control over free speech and the FCC and the such, and certainly over, at least within the executive branch, more power to fire employees and the such. Say it, non-fan. What participation trophies? Conservatives want what? Participation trophy. True.
Can you tell me around, you don't got to be perfect, what the deficit was in this country? Can you tell me what that number was?
Like the national debt?
Yes, the deficit. No, the deficit. The deficit, budget deficit in this country.
No, actually, no, tell me.
It was around the $500 billion range.
2016.
Yes, 2016. Okay. That number is now 2.3 trillion.
Okay, so
1.8 trillion on the deficit, 2.3 trillion. Yeah, because you guys went and signed in 2000.
Jesus, can we both agree we don't want the government taking advantage of us? No one disagrees with that, Fern. I don't know what the point you think you're making. Essentially, no one disagrees with that.
17, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which ballooned the deficit. It continued. It was a long piece of legislation. It continued throughout Biden's presidency.
Okay, yeah,
that same thing you just went and approved, literally to extend those same tax cuts to now add $3.4 trillion to national debt. My whole point about why I'm talking about this is because Doge did not go and do the things that it promised. It said that it was going to cut spending. It didn't happen. I think that you conservatives should just own up to the fact that it was a failure.
Okay, say.
Pause, you can vote it out. Thank you.
What's up?
Jessica.
Good to see you.
Okay, so I think Doge didn't do as much as we wanted it to do, and I think part of it had to do with the fact that Elon Musk had to be out of the office in 120 days in the administration because he wasn't a government employee. I think part of that also has to do with the fact that Biden increased to almost 1.9, but $2 trillion international debt, and he was the one.
Bro, this is all, first of all, you're not actually disagreeing with the prompt, you're just giving reasons for their failure. I also don't even think that number's accurate for Biden, but.
Who printed 40% of the dollar circulating.
Talk for yourself. I want the government to take advantage of me from time to time. I'm submissive to the government, okay? I need the government to dom me occasionally, okay?
In America right now, in 2022, which created more inflation, which created more spending in our government.
Wait, what the, what, huh?
In America right now, in 2022, which created the one who printed 40% of the dollar circulating, 0.9, but $2 trillion international debt, and he was the one who printed 40% of the dollar circulating.
Okay, so Biden apparently printed 40% of the dollar circulating, which, first of all, not at all true, because one, most of the actual money being printed was under Trump. If you just look at Fed M2, this big jump was not when Biden was in office. Biden got in office in January 2021. This is not 40% of all the dollars right here. And then it contracted for some amount of time under Biden as well. But also, not only was it under Trump, but it's not Biden doing it. It's the Federal Reserve. And I'm pretty sure the 40% number is a meme based on M1, right? Or is that, it might be a higher number. Because if you look at the M1 money supply, that had an even bigger jump. Jump. Because they redefined what M1 was during COVID because of a bunch of issues with how liquid deposits were before and after they made changes to reserve ratios. A lot of people, I think it's a bigger number, but like a lot of people say like 80% of new dollars or something was printed in 2020, but it's just based on a misunderstanding, or accurately, probably they don't misunderstand. It's just a lie, because they changed the definition of M1, but they didn't do the same to M2.
Circulating in America right
So 40% might still be too high.
now in 2022, which created more inflation, which created more spending in our government.
There's like
in America right now in 2022, which created more inflation, which created more spending in our government. We're all
it's technically, it's obviously not accurate that Biden printed it or it caused all that inflation. And by the way, even the money printing it's just arguable how much inflation printing the money caused, because there are also supply side effects. And I think you can reasonably argue that supply side effects had a bigger role than money printing. I think it was it depends on the year you're talking about, but I obviously do think that Fed's actions had a lot to do with inflation. It was not all transitory supply side effects, but nonetheless, I think it's a reasonable argument you can make. And supply side effects certainly had a non-negligible impact on inflation. I guess technically, if government spending is indexed to inflation for certain transfer payments, I guess I can increase government spending, sure.
also we're spending and paying for people to have transgender balls in places like Europe.
True. That was that's why the $2 trillion, we had a $2 trillion budget deficit. Okay, it's because we paid people to have transgender balls. I wish I had transgender balls. Okay, all I have is blue balls.
You know,
Where's that happening?
Well, it's not happening anymore because we cut USAID.
Bro, it also killed 500,000 people in a process, but you know, it's worth it for the transgender balls. I love transmission balls. Yeah, and like obviously, like all foreign aid, so not just USAID, but also like the aid we give to Ukraine is less than like 2% of the government's budget. It's, you know, not meaningful. And a lot of USAID money was going to very good things that save a lot of lives.
Well, it was happening. Where? I can't remember the exact country, but I know that.
You don't know the country, but you say that it's happening?
It happened.
It happened?
It did happen. Yeah.
Where? I don't think
I'm sure when you rewatch it, you can.
That didn't happen.
It did happen. It did happen.
No.
Yeah, we had funding for things that are outside of the country for transgender balls, transgender plays,
balls.
transgender balls. Yes, they exist.
Okay.
As well as condoms for places like in the Middle East.
Do you know why that is?
Why we paid for condoms?
I think that pretty sure it's a meme too. Those were condoms, I think, going to Gaza, the city in Mozambique, not Gaza, the one in the Middle East.
Other countries.
Yeah. Do you know why that is?
Go ahead and tell me.
To prevent the spread of AIDS.
Well, maybe they should to prevent the spread
Don't
of AIDS.
you think that if we can prevent the spread of AIDS, that helps the world?
I think that we should probably.
In this country?
I think that financially.
We could be America first.
say that something that can spread across borders, something like AIDS, keeping that down is a really
Well, it
good thing
doesn't
for
spread
America.
across borders if we keep the people
Really?
who aren't supposed to be here out of our
People don't get
country.
on planes and travel? So someone doesn't go visit, so an American citizen doesn't go to a place that in the Middle East like you're describing and then come back to America? That doesn't happen? So preventing the spread of those of AIDS in their countries can help us.
I understand, like, I guess, like, America first and they're demonic and, like, don't care about this shit, but also, like, it just saved, like, I think the USAID, the projected to kill, like, 3 million people over the next, like, 10 years, and it's like, you know, maybe you're a little evil, maybe you're demonic, okay, maybe you'd rather, you know, one American survive than, like, 3 million foreigners die, okay, maybe you're evil like that, but, like, we should at least get you to bite that bullet. I at least want to hear you bite that bullet, okay? I want to hear you bite the bullet that you would rather millions of people die as opposed to the U.S. spending 0.1% of its budget to save those people.
Prevent the spread in our country.
Why don't we not pay for other countries' healthcare and we pay for our healthcare, considering our healthcare because of Obamacare just this year is about to spike because it got pushed off
Oh my God. First of all,
and we pay for our
again, like negligible. I think USAID is 0.8 was like 0.8% of our budget, right? That might have been all foreign aid for 1 year, but I think that was USAID. Healthcare is not 0.8% of our budget. That's a lot. That's a fuck ton of our budget. And if you want to spend money on healthcare, I have some news. Yeah, I have some news for you about who doesn't want to spend money on healthcare. It's Trump who's doing Medicaid cuts. Like, bro, it's Trump who wanted to repeal Obamacare.
healthcare, considering our healthcare because
Although I don't think she likes Obamacare. I think she's just saying
of Obamacare just this year is about to spike because it got pushed off artificially by the Biden administration. He artificially pushed off a lot of
I have no clue what the fuck. That's incoherent to me.
spike because it got pushed off artificially by the Biden administration.
Healthcare prices are about to spike, and I think kind of have already, because ACA's expanded subsidies are running out because the Republicans oppose them. Republicans are the ones that oppose the expanded subsidies that got passed under COVID.
He artificially pushed off a lot of things.
I'm sure we could talk about healthcare till we're blue in the face, right? But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the fact that Doge.
You think we should prioritize paying for condoms in other countries?
You approved more dollars to national debt than any other president in the history of this country. Congratulations. You
I didn't do
increased the deficit.
anything.
Well, that's what Donald Trump did. That's what the Republicans you voted for did. The reality
Do you know how much
is
it increased under Biden? $900 billion.
Doge was
$900 billion.
If Doge was to exist to go and cut spending for the American people, that did not happen. And might I remind you, if you want to go talk about the amount of debt approved by each president, Donald Trump approved during his whole term $8.4 trillion. If you want to talk about what he approved in terms of without COVID-related spending, that's about $4.8 trillion within his first term. Joe Biden approved $4 trillion total, $2.4 trillion of which happened of non-COVID related spending. The result
Well,
it doesn't matter.
I already talked about it, but I don't think there's actually particularly good comparisons there. I think that the Congressional Committee for Responsible Federal Budget or whatever, their thing is the best, and that's what he's citing here. But I also think it still probably underestimates some of the cost of Biden's bills. But it's the best one I found. So
you're talking about, because Joe Biden approved half the amount of debt than your savior Donald Trump did.
I don't consider him
That's
my
a
savior.
fact.
Jesus Christ is my savior. Let's make that clear. Donald Trump, I don't think Donald Trump is a Republican personally. I think he's a Democrat. And
Now he's a Democrat. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he always has been.
It's news for me.
Really? Maybe
he just
he
ran for president as a Republican, what, 3 times? He's
Yeah,
like,
to win.
So he's not a Republican, but he ran as a Republican?
What has he spent his whole life doing?
He's literally, so people can't change?
People can't change.
So you're now saying that Donald Trump is not a Republican? That's news to me.
Yeah, I don't think he is.
also, like, you made comments like favorable to the Democratic Party or whatever before, but like Donald Trump was a businessman his whole life, and for the last 50 years, I think it's fair to say the party that tries to appeal more to people like Donald Trump, who were like wealthy real estate investors, has been Republicans.
For the majority of Americans that are watching him literally just run for president as a Republican 3 times.
You can register as a Republican because you can win as a Republican. He's openly said, I would
So-
register as an independent, but I'm not an independent and I won't win as one.
I just
Or do you think that they're
I
just trying
think that
to
it's alarming
win?
to me that we're now in 2025, and your argument is about whether or not Trump is a real
That's not
Republican.
my
because
argument.
You're trying to deflect from the fact that Trump
I'm not
didn't do what he
deflecting.
said he was going to do with Doge. If you promise to go cut $2 trillion worth of spending and that does not happen, that's something that you have to be held accountable for. When you run on an idea of cutting $200 billion worth, that's something that you have to answer for. And for the millions of people in this country that actually thought that you guys were going to deliver them Doge checks, they're going to be waiting for it
I don't
because
think,
you're not going to
you know
actually
what?
do it.
I don't think a lot of people expected that because, Trump isn't Biden who was handing out $2,000 to people for sitting at home.
That never happened.
Or, saying you don't have to, I got a check.
Wait, hold on. Trump did give out stimulus checks. What are we doing here?
Them Doge checks. They're going to be waiting for it
I don't
because
think,
you're not going to actually do it.
I don't think a lot of people expected that because, Trump isn't Biden, who was handing out $2,000 to people for sitting at home.
It never happened.
What? Am I going crazy? Am I going crazy? Am I going crazy? Did Trump give out 2 different stimulus checks? Did he not? Excuse me? Excuse me? Like, what? I'm not going crazy. There were 2 stimulus checks under Trump.
Or, saying you don't have to, I got a check.
Oh, you're talking about this? You're talking about the
stimulus check
that Trump also gave?
I don't agree with stimulus checks. So what are you talking about?
What are you talking? Because Doge made these promises about a Doge check. What are you
Doge made the promises about a Doge check?
Yes, Elon made these promises.
Okay, well, Elon's not my president. Elon's not my
Donald
president.
Trump also said that he would support that as well. What are you
If it was available, he said he would support it.
Oh, if it was available? That's what it is now?
Yes.
What's so funny about this whole thing?
Okay, give me a laugh.
What conservatives do is that you guys can never take personal responsibility.
Says the people.
You can't do it.
I'm really sorry, but I can't hear that from the side of the aisle that is pro-choice, who can't even take accountability.
You'll do anything to distract from Doge. You'll do anything to distract. Because that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
You've tried to move the conversation a million different places, but the facts is that you cannot answer for the fact that you didn't go cut the spending that you're talking about. And the government of the United States is spending more money than it did last year. That's a fact that you can't run out of. So I
guess I wouldn't know the exact number. Why don't you enlighten me?
So we didn't decrease.
What's the exact number?
The national debt's going up by $2.3 trillion, deficit 1.8. You don't even know.
But that was already projected to do so. Even before Trump was in office, economists said we were going to go into recession and we were going too high in our spending. It was already happening.
So
and things that are happening. And things that
are. Okay, there were economists who forecasted a recession like in 2022. I'm not aware of how many. I don't think many economists expected a recession after during or after 2023.
Run out of.
And it wasn't because we were spending too much. It was just for broader reasons, and because we had interest rates very high. There might have been a decent number of economists who forecasted a recession in early 2023. When did the Fed first cut rates? That was like the beginning of 2024, right? It was like mid 2024. So there might have been a decent number of people predicting a recession in 2023 because we had interest rates pretty high. But I don't think there's that many. Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't think there's that many people.
I guess I wouldn't know the exact number. Why don't you enlighten me?
So we didn't decrease.
What's the exact number?
The national debt's going up by $2.3 trillion, deficit 1.8. You don't even know.
But that was already projected to do so. Even before Trump was in office, economists said we were going to go into recession and we were going too high in our spending. It was already happening.
So
and
you
things
ran
that
a
are happening
campaign on cutting
I didn't run any campaign. And things that are happening right now, inflation takes 12
We're talking about Doge and spending.
I'm
what are you talking
about the price. You're the one who brought in the amount of spending we're doing this year. And honestly,
because that's what the argument that we're talking about is. You can't deflect from this.
I'm not
You're spending.
This youth invoke responsibility with regards to abortions. He understands their consent. He feels not accepting all the possible outcomes of sex. I doubt it. Thanks for following. Whoever it was, hold on. Ether 70077.
I'm showing you where everything that's happening now in our economy is because of the pushback.
We're talking about Doge. Stay focused.
Pause. We're out of time on this one. Thank you.
Incredible. Okay.
My final surrounding claim is that Trump is terrible for the economy.
We already, for the Food Shops viewers, we already watched this this section, and I went back and watched the previous sections. Thanks for following. Hope it wasn't kick. So we're done with this. I might try to. I'll try to reach out to some I think 3 of those people would be maybe interesting to talk to. Where's this? There we go. Hold on. This person. This dude. Honestly, maybe this dude too, and then this girl too, maybe. I I think I'm good on that one, Chief. And then this dude I'll reach out to. I think that's probably the people I'd want to reach out to. I'd also say abortion is taking accountability. Come in, abortion out. True, it's very responsible, I'd say. Oh my god. Okay, well, so I was planning an ending stream. I will say, like, I'm in Food Stamps Radio. We have people here. If y'all wanna donate, so I can when I go to the UFA event, which, by the way, guys, I will be at the. I'm not affiliated with Unfuck America. I just go to their events to hang out and stream them and have fun. I will be doing that at the next event at USC on the 4th. So, you guys would like to donate me money so I keep streaming, and so I have money to buy the IRL stuff that I need to go there. So that would be helpful for me to go there, like a second cell phone plan, so I have more reliable connection to stream while I'm there. That would be very appreciated at this moment in time! Exclamation point TTS in chat. Otherwise, I might work on some other stuff. But regardless, also make sure to like and subscribe and follow on Twitch and Kick and Twitter and Instagram and Trovo. Definitely make sure to follow on Trovo. You guys don't want to miss out on the Trovo. Under Trovo content. I love Trovo. Why is no one watching on Trovo? Wait, am I still streaming on IRL in Trovo? Oh wait, no. Wait, maybe? I don't know. Trovo is too confusing. Trovo is goated. Don't know why people don't stream to Trovo more often. Yeah, that was fine when I was on. When I was on Live and Learn, okay, had to make sure to connect my fucking Trovo account and my DLive account so I could stream there as well. I think I had a unnecessary number of outputs that I added to their stream because of the stupid places that I fucking stream to. Goated. Anyway, yeah, okay. I wanna work on other shit this week. So on Tuesday, technically tomorrow on the 3rd, thanks for the sub, Fire. Appreciate it. I'll be filming a podcast episode with Rinyold. That's why I rearranged my room to have a nicer background, because I want a more formal podcast. Oh, thanks. It's got to be running through old subs. Thanks to everyone who's subbing. I appreciate it. Because I want to be able to invite some a little bit cooler, more like formal non-streamer type people on. So I'll be filming a podcast with Rinyold. I don't know for sure when that'll come out. Then on Wednesday, I'll be at the UFA event. I'll be IRL streaming there. I'll get to what are the odds Destiny recognizes me? Okay, he should. See, I was at the last. Well, technically not the last event, but I was at the second to last UFA event. Okay, and I met him in person there to take a selfie. All right, And he just saw me on the Live and Learn episode he reacted to. Okay, so what are the odds? What are the odds? What do we put the odds at that he recognizes me? Probably, definitely not. I don't think he's gonna be like, oh, fucking non-fawn, but at least recognizes that he has seen me before. What do we put the odds at? I think they're like, I'll give it a 33% chance. I think it's like a 1 in 3 chance. But I don't know. You can head over to Irrelevant on YouTube. Do I have I don't think I have enough viewers on Kick for it to really let me host. Yeah, but love streaming. Love to guys watching stream. Oh, and then on the 5th, go to sleep, not funny nerd. What's up, Ross? Drew. I'm not gonna go to sleep because my sleep schedule is totally broken right now. But on the 5th, I will be doing a Gibbs panel about the Trump economy and about if Trump is I'm getting passed around. Yeah, about if Trump is good for the economy or not. Feels dirty, man. Yeah. So hopefully, the first podcast episode will hopefully at least be out on the 6th, and that way I'll have something basically every day this week. So yeah, love stream. Thought you guys watch me stream. Kids panel is gonna be so cringe, not fun. Yeah, it'll be interesting. But yeah, love you guys. Like, subscribe. All that helps me out a lot. So appreciate it, and see you guys. I don't know for sure I'll stream tomorrow. If I don't stream tomorrow, then for sure on